Restored Republic via GCR. Duty note, a worldwide blackout and emergency broadcast system activation appeared imminent. Why? On Monday 1st of December the greatest wealth transfer in history began that took control of the global monetary system away from the Satan-worshipping cabal. Trump's global military alliance has been very, very busy. Vatican agents, bioengineers and globalist financiers were now housed at Gitmo, along with their plans to weaponize viruses on the people via disbursement through food hubs and chemtrails. Today Los Angeles was a war zone with cartel enforcers brought in weeks ago through underground tunnels to guide planned protests. The uprising was financed by WEF, Soros and Schwab in cooperation with Governor Newsom and company. Trump has sent into LA more than 4,000 troops, sniper teams and Black Hawks, as well as having sent into more than 30 major cities across the U.S., National Guard troops to quell expected riots there. Meanwhile, the global currency reset advances within the quantum financial system, QFS, with payouts and exchanges poised to commence imminently as gold-backed currencies activate across nations. The greatest wealth transfer in history is underway, redistributing trillions reclaimed from cabal vaults directly to the people through secure quantum accounts. GCR/GCR implementations accelerate, bringing full debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all financial burdens imposed by the old system. As the fiat era collapses, restitution allowances flow forth, restoring what was stolen and ushering in an age of true prosperity and freedom. Remain in fervent prayer as the alliance holds firm against remaining strongholds, guided by heavenly forces toward the restored republic. Stock essentials, anchor in faith, and trust that this period of disruption heralds the triumphant shift from darkness to eternal light. Worldwide blackout, 10 days of darkness, Thursday, December 18, 2025. Global blackout confirmed, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The second wave is now moving. You are living inside the event. Pay close attention to the pattern: sun flare, grade flicker, broadcast distortion, global sync, then silence, then truth. The final switch has not been pulled yet, but the finger is already on it. Stay inside the channel. The next drop will explain what the world is about to see. Thursday, December 18, 2025. Boom. The last phase of Operation White Swan has started, GCR QFS on Telegram. The final stage of Operation White Swan was initiated by Trump's military alliance on December 16, 2025. The goal is clear: destroy deep state networks, recover institutions that have been taken over, and use the fully functional quantum financial system, QFS, to activate GCR. A covert worldwide wealth transfer has been going on since December 1. Assets linked to deep state elites, including central banks, offshore accounts, and phony charities, totaling trillions, have been seized. Already, more than $89 trillion has been transferred to vaults under sovereign control. The IMF and Federal Reserve are being dismantled. The IRS is no longer in operation. The GCR law is rewriting global tax structures. Gitmo has been strengthened and enlarged. High-risk detainees, including Vatican agents, bioengineers, and globalist financiers, are currently housed in newly finished subterranean facilities. Today, Los Angeles is a war zone. This is a planned uprising financed by agents connected to the WEF, Soros, and Schwab, not civil unrest. Weeks in advance, cartel enforcers were transported through tunnels. Foreign intelligence-connected encrypted networks are used to guide protests. More than 4,000 troops have been sent in to respond. The skies are patrolled by Black Hawks. Embedded threats have been eliminated by sniper teams. The federal government is looking into Governor Newsom and local officials for assisting foreign actors and interfering with military operations. Operation Phoenix is currently being carried out globally. In 17 countries, Ghost Dagger strike teams have taken deep state assets. Elite cyber cells, Vatican mind control servers, and NATO-backed biotech labs have all been taken down. The detainees have been moved to Earth Alliance-controlled black sites. The purge of QFS is speeding up. Initiated on June 8, Directive Omega has caused SWIFT to collapse and frozen assets held by deep state globally. Shanghai crypto vaults, BlackRock data centers, and Vatican gold are all secured. Currently, 97% of global transactions are tracked by quantum nodes. Files that have been decrypted and connected to climate manipulation, blackmail, and child trafficking are waiting to be released via the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. The preparations for EBS are almost finished. More than 30 cities have National Guard troops stationed there. Uplinks from NORAD are operational. QFS vaults that are integrated with Tesla are sealed. EBS will take precedence over all networks once it is activated. Trump will speak to the world. They will broadcast tribunals. There will be no more concealment of the truth. The media should not be trusted. Avoid going to urban areas. Steer clear of major roads. Keep necessities on hand. Keep your family safe. There won't be a storm. It's here. Trump is in charge. Additionally, the world will never be the same. Timing, Thursday, December 18, 2025, 505, Cali. OK peeps, is he right? GCR in numerology is Sunday, 21st of December, 2025. Friday, December 19, 2025, the Trump administration has until Friday to release the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files, under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. A deadline. A truth moment. Eyes turning toward the ground. But also on Friday, December 19, 2025, something else is happening. Comet 3I/Atlas makes its closest approach to Earth, 269 million kilometers away, according to the Sky Live. Astronomy headlines. Cosmic awe. Look up. Funny timing. Is it coincidence that, when uncomfortable truths are due to surface on Earth, our attention is gently redirected to the sky? A comet. A spectacle. A distraction wrapped in wonder. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. What we think we know. As of Friday, December 19, 2025, the largest transfer of wealth in human history began December 1, with the IMF, Federal Reserve and IRS being dismantled. In 17 countries, Operation Phoenix strike teams have taken over trillions in deep state assets. More than 30 cities have National Guard troops stationed there to quell expected riots. Today, Los Angeles is a war zone in a planned uprising financed by the WEF, Soros, and Schwab and cartel enforcers to guide protests. More than 4,000 troops, sniper teams and Black Hawks have been sent in to respond. Evidently Governor Newsom and local officials have been assisting foreign actors and interfering with military operations. EBS will take precedence over all networks once it is activated. Trump will speak to the world. They will broadcast tribunals. There will be no more concealment of the truth. The media should not be trusted. Avoid going to urban areas. Steer clear of major roads. Keep necessities on hand. Keep your family safe. Thursday, December 18, 2025, the FBI has stopped a planned terrorist bombing in Los Angeles on New Year's Eve. 4 suspects from a pro-Palestine extremist group are in custody. They were targeting 5 different locations. We are under attack. Well done by the FBI. The FBI warned the Biden admin that there was not probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago. They raided President Trump anyway. Merrick Garland and everyone involved needs to go to prison. Enjoy the grand jury in Florida. The amount of communication woven into Trump's speech on Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025 was impossible to ignore. Start with the timing alone. The speech began at 9:02 p.m. and concluded at 9:19, a 17-minute address on the 17th. For those paying attention, that wasn't accidental. He deliberately referenced 1776, a clear nod to the founding principles of this nation, the republic, not the corporation, and a reminder of where we came from and where we're ultimately heading. Trump announced that 1,450,000 U.S. military members will receive a special warrior dividend of $1,776 before Christmas. The tone was serious, direct, and intentional. No fluff. No theatrics. Just a leader laying groundwork. Kevin Annett gives a harrowing account about reasons for the disappearance of over 600,000 Native children from 80 mainly Catholic Canadian government-owned Native residential schools across Canada, that has been covered up with full cooperation of the British Crown, Canadian government, and Vatican. The Canadian government's own statistical records show a constant death rate in the Indian residential schools of between 40% and 60% for at least 6 decades starting in 1889, and continues in other forms even today, a huge mortality that was double that of Auschwitz. Global Currency Reset, Thursday, December 18, 2025. Tier 4B currency exchanges reportedly going live, dinar and dong holders flood banks amid quantum financial system tests. Thursday, December 18, 2025. Breaking financial news. Treasury Secretary Bessent, "We are removing all regulatory obstacles for crypto. U.S. goes full speed ahead on blockchain freedom." Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025. Elon Musk says there is no need to save money because universal high income is coming. Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025. The global financial currency reset. What's next, will Barney? Thursday, December 18, 2025. Operation 1776. Commander-in-Chief Trump orders $1,776 warrior dividend for nearly 1.5 million U.S. service members. Checks are already on the way. Thursday, December 18, 2025. Boom. Exposed. The boring U.S. document that just crushed the British Empire's financial grip. Panic in London. Screams from NATO. Chaos at MI6. Thursday, December 18, 2025. Breaking bombshell. Tier 4B currency exchanges are going live right now. Dinar and Dong holders storming banks as quantum financial system tests confirm the global reset explosion. Trillions flooding Patriots amid GCR activation. Patriots, the moment of total victory is detonating across America today, December 18, 2025. Tier 4B exchanges for Iraqi dinar are reportedly going live, with private appointments firing up, livery-valued rates flashing on bank screens, and NDA protocols locking in the greatest wealth explosion in history. Holders are flooding redemption centers and select banks nationwide, staff on high alert, advanced scanners verifying currencies, and insider confirmations pouring in from multiple independent sources. This isn't hopium, it's the real deal, the long-awaited RV/GCR unleashing seized cabal trillions back to we the people. The quantum financial system, QFS, is passing final tests with flying colors, tamper-proof, instantaneous transactions running on unbreakable quantum tech, obliterating the deep state's fraudulent fiat empire forever. Redemption centers activated in key states. Operational briefings complete, dry runs turning into live payouts as the infrastructure hums at peak readiness. Iraqi dinar and dong rates spiking to life-changing levels. Backed by massive resources and gold, your holdings about to multiply exponentially in controlled waves to crush market chaos and protect the reset. This is Trump's master plan executing flawlessly, the white hats and military alliances flipping the switch on the global currency reset, tying straight into GCR full activation. Mortgages, loans, IRS tyranny wiped out, prosperity redistribution flooding Patriot accounts with blessings reclaimed from Rothschild vaults, Rockefeller slush funds, and Vatican blood money. The fiat collapse accelerates, banks silencing the truth because the RV is undeniable, European systems crumbling, global elites panicking as their control grid implodes. Notifications are imminent, warriors, Tier 4B groups first, then the floodgates open for massive redemptions. Gitmos packed with traitors blocking this for years, sealed indictments unsealing, Epstein-style exposures merging with financial truth bombs. The storm peaks, EBS ready to broadcast Trump's messages, medbeds post-reset healing the awakened, sovereignty restored as strawmen dissolve in the QFS gold-backed era. The deep state is finished, their century of theft reversed in this Christmas miracle of abundance. Hold your currencies tight, prepare for appointments, spread the fire, this is the Great Awakening's financial Armageddon on the cabal. Justice reigns, wealth reigns, humanity frees itself under God's plan. Trump knew, the plan trusted, now it delivers multimillionaire status overnight to loyal patriots. The golden age explodes, evil falls eternally. WWG1G. Boom. Thursday, December 18, 2025. Global currency reset, Mr. Pool on Telegram. The shift began the moment the clock hit 8 p.m. EST on 1st of December. Secure channels flashed a signal only the prepared were waiting for. Tier 4B was contacted first. The seed carriers. The humanitarian holders. The first wave of the new world. As soon as the notifications landed, the QFS opened its gates. Trillions in frozen, suppressed, stolen wealth began moving through a system that cannot be hacked, bribed, or controlled by the old matrix. Every ledger line is pure truth. No more shadow bankers. No more cabal hands. December 1st brings the jubilee they feared you would discover. Mortgages erased. Student loans erased. Credit burdens erased. A clean slate for a nation that was never meant to live in debt. The promise was always meant for the people. At 1755 UTC, the public gates began to widen. By 1757 and 2 seconds, the Reina Mirror confirmed the first 800 number release. The timestamp was not random. It was a marker. A coordinate in the plan. Wolverine confirmed IT to the inner circle hours later. The RV is certified. Monday launch is locked. The signal was real. The clock was already moving. And while the world slept, the military grid shifted. Russia, Brazil, Europe, France, Germany. Alliance units positioned directly in Texas, Florida, New York, and Washington, D.C. Not for show, but for extraction. Bankers, politicians, media owners, the highest tiers of the old empire are now facing what they built. This is more than a reset. This is the reversal of everything they stole. This is the moment the world turns. Thursday, August 18, 2025, the British Empire is panicked. NATO chiefs and MI6 are screaming for war, not because they fear Russia, but because of a quiet PDF released in Washington that signals the end of London's financial control over America. The Midweek Update, the boring document that terrifies the British Empire. Thursday, August 18, 2025, Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court decisions. Thursday, December 18, 2025, the money laundering continues, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Maine whistleblower worked at a Somalia immigrant-run NGO. Within just 1 year they had billed for $904,000 in fake services. The nonprofit started paying bonuses to himself. The NGO founder is sending money to Somalia. The NGO founder has strong ties to Maine's Democrat establishment, such as receiving no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills. The whistleblower reported the fraud to Maine. He was fired and no action taken against the NGO by Maine. Maine Democrats allow the NGO to keep operating. No shutdown, closure, or suspension of operations for the NGO has been issued. Thursday, December 18, 2025, the Clinton Foundation ended dark money laundering operations, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative connect to wealthy, corrupt elites like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who funded its inception, the Obamas, foreign nations, Soros, the Podestas, and other shady elite individuals. Operating for decades, they're hubs for political pay-to-play schemes, intelligence access, and massive money laundering operations, taking in billions from global sources, funneling taxpayer funds overseas, and exploiting disasters like Haiti for personal gain. Our 30 Years' War, how it began, what it won, and why it continues. December 12, 1995, December 12, 2025, by Kevin Annette Eagle Strong Voice. Friday, December 12, 2025. The child-burning furnaces at the Indian residential schools were still smoldering, but the fire that we sparked on December 12, 1995 spread across Canada and then around the world, and it continues to topple the guilty from their thrones. It was a rainy Vancouver morning when I stood outside the West Coast headquarters of the United Church of Canada holding a soggy placard and a press release. Along with a few friends, I was there to protest my recent firing without cause from my Port Alberni pulpit after I had objected to the church's theft of local Indigenous land. That's when Harriet Nahani arrived. She was a stooped, graying Aboriginal woman in her 60s who had heard about my protest. Upon seeing the reporters, Harriet immediately approached them and declared, "Killed at the Alberni Indian Residential School." Her words appeared that week in the Vancouver Sun newspaper, where she described seeing the murder of young Maisie Shaw by the United Church minister. Also with us on that historic day was Jack MacDonald, a Métis elder who had been in my St. Andrew's congregation. Jack said to the same reporter, "We are held personal interviews with natives who were in the Alberni residential school." The United Church removed Reverend Kevin Annette because he was getting close to those facts. From then on, the floodgates on Canada's biggest and oldest crime began to part, forced open by the efforts of me and Harriet and Jack and a few others. We stood alone against the world, but slowly we began to rally the survivors. Starting in the spring of 1996, we took to the streets and raised a stink at the Catholic and Anglican and United Churches that had killed over 60,000 children in their death camps deceptively called Indian residential schools. The longer we fought, the more our old lives crumbled under the blows of a vengeful church and state and the more a new life arose. I lost my marriage and children to a United Church-funded divorce. I was blacklisted and smeared across the country. I was shunned even by my family and thrown into poverty and homelessness. But a new strength held me up, as did many new, unexpected friends who had gone through hell and were still standing. Early in our battle, during the summer of 1998 in Vancouver, Harriet and I convened the first investigative tribunal ever held into the Indian residential school crimes. From June 12 to 14, 1998, the tribunal judges took their testimonies and documented grisly crimes against humanity never before revealed publicly in Canada. 1. Our opponents didn't sit idly by as we made public their crimes. Government-paid operatives were sent into our tribunal to disrupt the event and intimidate the witnesses. After examining such evidence and hearing 3 days of testimonies, the IRAM judges unanimously agreed to recommend to the United Nations that Canada and its churches be investigated for crimes against humanity. But IRAM and all but 2 of the judges were quickly silenced, and so those 2 judges, Royce and Lydia Whitecalf of the Lakota Nation, along with Harriet and me, published the tribunal's findings. As a result, and despite the censoring and shutdown, news of our historic action was reported in the Canadian press that same month, on June 10, 1998. It's at that point when the official cover-up and shutdown began. Within a few months of our tribunal, the Canadian government announced its first Aboriginal Healing Fund, which quickly became known in Native circles as the Aboriginal Hush Fund, since strict gag orders accompanied the paltry payments to survivors. And although the lawsuits by survivors against church and state escalated, the legal settlements required that they indemnify and absolve the perpetrators of any wrongdoing, in Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: the worldwide global currency reset has entered its irreversible activation stage within the impenetrable quantum financial system, QFS, with notifications for exchanges and payouts anticipated imminently. Gold-backed digital currencies are live across nations, unleashing the historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Redemption centers are fully staffed, preparing for Tier 4B appointments where humanitarian endeavors will receive abundant funding to heal and uplift humanity under God's abundant provision. NISRA/GCR decrees are manifesting now, enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of financial bondage. The era of debt slavery ends as the IRS fades into history, replaced by fair systems aligned with common law and divine justice. Prosperity packages and reclaimed funds flow forth, marking the jubilee promised in ancient scriptures and the dawn of true economic freedom for all. The storm rages on as the White Hat Military Alliance executes final phases against the entrenched deep state cabal. Reports from trusted sources reveal ongoing mass arrests across the globe, with thousands of high-profile traffickers and corrupt officials being detained in secure operations. Project Odin stands activated, poised to initiate a worldwide blackout through Starlink integration, severing cabal-controlled media and communications. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, on high alert, was ready to broadcast truths about corruption, tribunals, and the Restored Republic in the coming hours or days. This necessary period, including the 10 days of darkness, will shield humanity during the dismantling of remaining satanic strongholds and ensure a safe transition to freedom. Trust the plan, for God's hand guides this righteous intervention. As martial law supports these sacred operations and the old systems collapse, remain in fervent prayer, prepared with supplies, and steadfast in faith. The greatest awakening in history approaches, bringing justice and liberation to all. The above was written Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025. On the Telegram channel Judy Byington Q. Although the channel was set up under my name and picture, it is not my channel. I have no input as to the content and do not know who does. I am not privy to any chat that takes place on this, or any of the 34 Judy Byington channels on Telegram that I had no part in setting up and running. However, I do agree with what was reported as above Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025 on Judy Byington QA blackout, shutdown, 10 days of darkness wed. December 17, 2025 Donald Trump confirms he is prepared to declare a national emergency and use the military assets to reverse the Biden invasion. Trump office on Telegram warning, blackout shutdown, it's time for trouble. Global alliance to take over fake news mainstream media, make mass arrests, Mr. Pool _311. What we think we know as of Thursday, December 18, 2025 : Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025. Boom. 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS, tariffs in, income tax out, President Trump announces plan to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity through tariffs. May 4, 2025, Update 2025, DECLAs, Indictments, Arrests, and Executions, Unraveling the Deep State Agenda, We Have It All. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, NASA hoax blown wide open, Challenger disaster astronauts found alive in 2025. 7 NASA astronauts declared dead in 1986. Mourned by nation. But here's the shock NASA never planned for: in 2025, every single one of them has been found alive and well. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, Michelle and Barack Obama were now believed involved in the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, Ezra Cohen. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, there is evidence of Barack Obama committing treason by spying on President Trump. Obama implemented Project Folsom through UK intelligence to spy on the Trump Organization and President Trump. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, Obama's CIA director, the Director of National Intelligence, and a Hollywood movie director plotted together to take down and frame Trump with a threat that they made up, which never really existed in the first place. This should tell you everything you need to know and just how shady, corrupt, and evil these people really are. They literally used a Hollywood director to solidify the coup against Trump and the American people. John Brennan literally would have Tuesday morning kill meetings with Obama every week. James Clapper was just a yes man with a lot of pull because he was Obama's DNI. And Rob Reiner was the Hollywood director to put the whole plan together, working with real intelligence officials in a way to sell it and present it to the American people. Who really was Rob Reiner, and why was he meeting with intelligence officials about Trump on a threat that was fake? This is just unbelievable. You are literally watching a movie. Does it make sense yet? Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, President Trump says Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. I am ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the mass media finally confirmed it, VP Vance Wed. December 17, 2025, 3 new separate indictments dropped tonight. John Bolton, 18 new felonies. Smartmatic, election fraud in $1 million bribery scheme in the Philippines to win election contract, 11 members in Antifa terror cell, targeting ICE facility in North Texas. C. Global currency reset. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, Elon Musk says there is no need to save money because universal high income is coming. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, the global financial currency reset. What's next? Will Barney D2s? December 16, 2025, the big call. Bruce, an Iraq source, said the new rate for the Iraqi dinar would come out Wednesday 17th of December. 2025. A redemption center leader said Tier 4B would get notification 3 to 4 days before Christmas or 3 to 4 days after Christmas. An External Revenue Service consumption tax of around 15% on new goods will replace all taxes of the Internal Revenue Service, which will be shut down. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, Wolverine on Peter Walker Neezer a show. Wolvie says things are definitely moving. He read a communication that he translated from Spanish to English. Historic bondholders begin today, Wednesday 17th of December. Presumably bond verifications, and continue to December 22, and payments from December 26 to 28, then pausing until January 10, 2026. From a Zoom call, Wolvie relayed that everything is settled. Everything with the bonds and bank appointments comes out tomorrow, Thursday 18th of December, 1% of exchange. There is a problem with the communist Colombian government, and they do not allow people to be rich, so people are going to Panama. Money available yesterday in Brazil and today spendable. Wolvie thinks Bruce is right and we will get notifications by the weekend. In the UK, Wolvie has a report that fines and penalties are being paid out by the military. Wolvie says there are many things he cannot tell us. He says he is very happy. He says an NDA will have to be signed very soon. Wolvie says it's real that bondholders are getting their notifications. Wednesday 17th of December. 2025, global currency reset confirmed. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The old system is ending and a new one is already operating. What the public is seeing is delay. What is actually happening is replacement. The global financial system built on Fiat debt is failing, and behind closed doors a new structure is already taking over. Gold has been elevated to Tier 1 status. Basel III compliance is active. Currency revaluation mechanisms are in motion. The quantum financial system is no longer theoretical. It is online. For years people were told the dollar was strong, gold was outdated, RV was fantasy, and QFS was science fiction. That narrative is collapsing. This transition is not loud. It was never meant to be. It is precise, controlled, and irreversible. Gold has returned as real money. Basel III reclassified physical gold as a Tier 1 asset, placing it on equal footing with cash reserves. This single change rewrites the rules of global banking. Gold is no longer a hedge. It is the foundation. Unlike fiat currency, gold cannot be printed, inflated, or erased by policy. That is why central banks are racing to rebuild reserves. Not out of preference, but out of necessity. The next system requires real value, not promises. The RV is not a myth. Global currency revaluation is already unfolding quietly. Asset-backed nations are recalibrating currencies based on tangible reserves like energy, minerals, and production capacity. This exposes the imbalance between real wealth and artificially inflated fiat systems. Currencies long dismissed are being repositioned, while over-leveraged systems face contraction. This is not about sudden wealth. It is about restoring proportional value to the global economy. Basel III is the enforcer. Basel III is not optional. It forces banks to hold real assets and disclose exposure. Derivative manipulation and shadow banking structures are being dismantled through compliance requirements. Institutions that cannot meet the standard are being phased out. This is how the old system collapses without panic. Through regulation that removes its ability to hide. QFS is the replacement system. The quantum financial system is not an upgrade. It is a parallel structure designed to replace legacy banking. Built on encrypted ledgers and instant settlement, QFS eliminates fraud at the transaction level. Every transaction is asset-linked. Every movement is traceable. Every attempted manipulation fails. This system is already running alongside the old one. When the transition completes, the change will appear sudden. In reality, it will have been long prepared on reset. One direction. Gold restores value. RV corrects imbalance. Basel III enforces truth. QFS delivers transparency. This is not fragmentation. It is coordination. The debt-based economy cannot survive this shift. That is why silence dominates the media. The transition does not require belief. It requires completion. The reset is not coming. It is already in progress. When the public finally realizes what changed, the structure will already be in place. Gold. RV. Basel III. QFS. The future is asset-backed, verified, and irreversible. Chemtrails WED. December 17, 2025. Government factions and private contractors are engaging in chemical warfare against their own people. U.S. Air Force whistleblower Kristen Megan exposes government geoengineering, spraying toxic chemicals like aluminum and barium into our skies. From weather control to health risks, this conspiracy is now undeniable. They are literally poisoning every living thing, including our planet. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Please direct chemtrail reports to the official Operation Skywatch site. Chemtrail map attention. Trump and RFK Jr. have launched a global crackdown on chemtrails. Operation Skywatch was already underway with arrests imminent. The U.S. task force has been granted legal authority to seize aircraft, detain pilots, and subpoena labs and institutions responsible for chemical dispersal. The objective is clear: shut down the spraying and prosecute those responsible. Operation Skywatch ignited. Trump and RFK Jr. launch global crackdown on chemtrails, arrests imminent. This is Nuremberg 2.0, and it's happening now. Thursday, December 18, 2025. Rep. Chip Roy. If Texas falls, America falls. The Muslim Brotherhood sees Dallas as ground zero for spreading Islamism across the West. They're planting seeds in Texas, and we need to root them out now. Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025. Dan Bongino on Telegram. The U.S. government says foreign aid will now go straight to national governments, not routed through NGOs anymore. The logic is blunt: if the goal is to help a country, fund the country, not middlemen turning aid into their next business model. Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025. Breaking: A jaw-dropping report from the House just confirmed the left-wing D.C. police chief falsified crime statistics, cooking the books to make the city seem much safer than it was. Chief Smith punished and retaliated if they tried to report rising crime data, berating them. Chief Pam Smith pressured commanders to lower crime stats by any means necessary. Chief Smith pushed for lesser pursued charges even for serious crimes. Required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. Thursday, December 18, 2025, White Hats to respond to fake FEMA preying on Washington flood victims. Fake FEMA men began showing up on the doors of Washington flood victims. They pressured them into signing papers. Hidden within the pages, in fine print, was an irreversible reverse mortgage contract stipulating that the homeowner, in exchange for an immediate, one-off $1,250 Venmo payment, sign his property deed over to FEMA Resolution Specialists Incorporated, with the agency's acronym intentionally misspelled. White Hats, our source added, reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to find out whether FEMA had been dispatched to King County, Washington. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin reportedly told General Smith's liaison that they didn't have FEMA there. "We are obviously dealing with scammers out there pretending to be government agents," our source said. "It's bad enough we had to kick real FEMA's ass, but now these fake FEMA are making problems. Marines are going there to see just what the fuck is going on," our source said. Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025, why did Senate Democrats block a bill to ban funding to the Taliban and shady NGOs laundering taxpayer dollars to destroy America? Over 1,000 shady NGOs are established with emotional hitting names like Feed the Starving Children, then taxpayers are funneled through them, which ends up funding terrorists. Psychological and slander media campaigns, riots, election fraud, and right back into the pockets of the Democrats who established or approved the funding in the first place. Elon has claimed that around $1 trillion of taxpayer dollars are funneled into these corrupt NGOs every year. $1 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wake up and understand that many of the people you believe are being honest to you are not, and they are using you to fight and hide their corruption while they rip you off and destroy our country. We need to come together, get these thieves and traitors out of office, and save this country before we don't have one anymore. How much more do you need to see and suffer before you realize that maybe people like myself and countless others are trying to help you in this country before it's too late? N2s. December 16, 2025, the CIA toppled the United States government on November 3, 2020, live on national TV. So you see, you were not hallucinating. CIA analyst, Michael Scheuer, Ph.D., EBS on Telegram report, Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. Data analysis finds 221,000 Pennsylvania votes switched from President Trump to Biden. 941,000 Trump votes deleted. States using Dominion voting systems switched 435,000 votes from Trump to Biden. Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025, political debanking exposed in America's biggest banks. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. A new report from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency confirms that 9 of the largest U.S. banks engaged in political debanking between 2020 and 2023. The findings were released following President Trump's Executive Order 14,331, issued on August 7, titled Guaranteeing Fair Banking for All Americans. The banks named in the report are Bank of America, BMO, Citibank, Capital One, J.P. Morgan Chase, PNC, TD Bank, Wells Fargo, and U.S. Bank. According to the OCC, these institutions restricted or denied banking services to law-abiding individuals and businesses based on political or religious views, often justifying decisions under vague terms like reputational risk. The report details cases where banks refused to process payments for Republican events and flagged customers for using words such as MAGA or Trump in peer-to-peer transactions. Services were also restricted for politically sensitive sectors including firearms, oil and gas, and political action committees, largely due to media pressure or public perception rather than legal violations. Comptroller Jonathan V. Gould stated that the OCC is moving to end the weaponization of the financial system and will act against banks that unlawfully discriminate based on political beliefs or lawful activities. The findings confirm that financial access in the U.S. has been quietly politicized, and regulators are now under pressure to stop it. Q. My fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Today, I speak to you as a witness to the greatest moral battle of our era, the crusade against a vicious cartel empire that has poisoned our children with fentanyl, trafficked innocents into hellish networks, and allied with deep state shadows to erode the foundations of this republic. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. We have long known the truth. These cartels are no ordinary criminals. They are mercenaries for a globalist cabal, rogue CIA, Mossad strikes, special ops raids, bunker busters targeting kill lists, cartel lords, trafficking hubs, laundering networks, elite protectors. Names: Titus Lim, Schwab, Biden traitors. Patriot whistleblowers from FBI, DHS, CIA deliver the intel. Mexico's forces infiltrated, that's why warnings were issued. Cooperate or face justice. Intercepts expose Luxembourg servers hiding cabal backups. This is the web: trafficking, migration weapons, chaos for control. Under past regimes, NGOs distributed victims, agencies silenced. No more. Special forces mass in border states, Gitmo ready for tribunals. Elites flee, the storm is here. We are severing the cabal's lifeline, their money, their children, their power. This is wartime resolve, dismantling the empire, rescuing the innocent, awakening the world. My fellow patriots, the torch burns brighter. We shall pay any price, bear any burden, to secure liberty and justice. The forces of evil tremble. The great awakening accelerates. Hold the line. Justice comes. The best is yet to come. God bless you all, and God bless America. Get in immediately. The long-awaited reevaluation, RV, has reached its final launch phase, with notifications and payouts expected to begin as early as this week under the Secure Quantum Financial System, QFS. Sovereign gold-backed currencies across 209 nations are fully activated, triggering the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Trillions reclaimed from cabal vaults are flowing to the people, fulfilling the promises of abundance for all who have endured under the old fiat oppression. GCR/GCR protocols are now in full effect, initiating widespread debt forgiveness, including mortgages, loans, credit cards, and taxes, as the IRS dissolves and common law restores true freedom. Redemption centers stand prepared for Tier 4B appointments, where humanitarian projects will receive unprecedented funding to rebuild communities and heal the planet. The storm has intensified as the White Hat Global Military Alliance moves decisively against remaining deep state strongholds. Intelligence indicates the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation is imminent, potentially within hours or days, as a necessary blackout approaches to shield the public during final operations. The 10 days of darkness will commence when the signal is given, allowing for the complete dismantling of cabal control systems. This period of temporary disruption is essential for the transition from dark to light, ensuring no interference as the old order crumbles. Trust in the plan, for God is guiding this righteous battle. As the sky event looms and remaining satanic structures face destruction, the restored republic stands ready to emerge. The greatest transfer of power in history is upon us, with checkmate delivered against those who sought to enslave mankind. Remain vigilant in prayer, stocked with essentials, and anchored in faith. Victory is assured through divine justice. A possible timing: on Wednesday 17th of December, 2025 at 9 p.m. EST, President Trump will make a major address to the nation. I look forward to seeing you then. It has been a great year for our country, and the best is yet to come. Trump: I will address the nation tomorrow night, One American News Network. On Tuesday, 20 Jan. 2026 the internet dies, phones go EBS only. Be inside this channel when the lights go out, as the channel goes private forever when blackout hits. B Global Currency Reset. Tier 4B notifications were expected imminently, ushering in historic payouts and complete debt forgiveness under GCR/GCR protocols. All personal, mortgage, and credit card debts were being wiped clean as the old fiat system collapsed, making way for abundance and prosperity for all. The debt clock on Telegram. Tuesday, December 16, 2025. Valid source reports RV info from the UK, from my very close friend and site member in the UK just now. This is for her bonds, and T4B follows on the heels of bonds. Peter, our canary, is singing. He received a notification after 9 p.m. here from the lawyers that the Ministry of Defense are paying out This is fines and penalties. We are there, my friend. I won't be able to notify you of my funds as my NDA is in place. We are there! So exciting. See Monday, December 15, 2025 GCR, Medbeds, 10 Days of Darkness. The global currency reset activates fully, with 209 nations transitioning to gold-backed currencies under the quantum financial system, bankrupting the Federal Reserve, IRS, and central banking cabal. GCR rolls out imminently, delivering widespread debt forgiveness that erases mortgages, credit cards, and student loans for billions worldwide. The quantum financial system operates at full capacity, securing the greatest wealth transfer in history through gold-backed prosperity and unbreakable stellar blockchain ledgers. Emergency Broadcast System Phase 1 initiates a worldwide communications blackout from Monday, December 15 through Christmas Eve, enforcing 10 days of darkness to shield the transition. Full declassification exposes global pedophilia networks, human trafficking operations, money laundering, and satanic rituals practiced by the Khazarian Mafia and Rothschild cabal. The deep state's engineered crises collapse as trillions flow into humanitarian projects, restoring communities and unshackling small businesses from predatory control. Quantum infrastructure replaces the old system, liberating suppressed technologies and ushering in an era of financial sovereignty for the awakened. What we think we know as of Wednesday, 17th of December, 2025, Twos. December 16, 2025 Red Alert. The Muslim Brotherhood has ordered thousands of mosques it controls in Western nations to launch a massive jihad and to kill all Christians and Jews. The Trump effect POTUS deregulatory efforts are saving Americans $180 billion. That's $2,100 per family of four. Twos. December 16, 2025 Breaking tax refund 2026, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent drops economic nuke. $100 plus in tax refunds headed to American households before 2026 midterms. Twos. December 16, 2025 From birth to bondage, the silent machinery that turned you into a financial bond, assigned to CUSIP, traded without consent, and stripped of sovereignty. Monday, December 15, 2025 President Trump, we mourn the loss of 3 great patriots in Syria. It was an ambush. Syria was fighting along with us. The president of Syria is devastated. This was an ISIS attack. We pray for them and their loved ones. Yes, we will retaliate. Obama, Clinton, Soros, their foundations and all the shady NGOs. The entire global crime cartel is coming down. From election fraud, financial fraud, child trafficking, color revolutions, coups against sitting presidents, treason, sedition, and crimes against humanity, etc. Nothing can stop what's coming, and they know it. My name is Edward Snowden, and you may be aware of my capabilities. I want you to share this with all of your friends and family because it is extremely important. I have extremely sensitive and classified information about our government, Biden, and his shady associates. This link will be valid for 7 days, so you only have 7 days to join. After that the link will be invalid. I will be sharing everything I've seen and know day by day. If you're ready for a change, if you're ready to know the truth, share this channel and join faster. Best regards. Edward Snowden. Please direct chemtrail reports to the official Operation Skywatch site, Chemtrail Map. Attention, Trump and RFK Jr. have launched a global crackdown on chemtrails. Operation Skywatch was already underway with arrests imminent. The U.S. task force has been granted legal authority to seize aircraft, detain pilots, and subpoena labs and institutions responsible for chemical dispersal. The objective is clear: shut down the spraying and prosecute those responsible. Operation Skywatch ignited, Trump and RFK Jr. launch global crackdown on chemtrails, arrests imminent. This is Nuremberg 2.0, and it's happening now. Sources claim a document was discovered in a Pentagon archive, a signed kill list targeting 12 American militia leaders who oppose the Obama administration's policies on guns, land rights, and executive overreach. Chemtrails in your area. Anywhere around the world, please take a picture, document and report chemtrail activity to the official Operation Skywatch site, Chemtrail Map 17th of December, 2025. Twos. December 16, 2025 Breaking. The DOJ announces they've arrested 4 leftist terrorists who plan to blow up targets in New York and Los Angeles. Twos. December 16, 2025. New U.S. House report shows that outgoing D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith falsified crime statistics and retaliated against commanders who reported increases in violent crime in order to artificially lower crime statistics. Monday, December 15, 2025. Caroline Leavitt just dropped the mic on CNN's Caitlin Collins. My predecessor stood up at this podium, and she said inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure. And people like you just took her at her word. And those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real, factual data. And you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president. Nobody reported on inflation being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium. But now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. I'm not gonna take your follow-up. Boom. Twos. December 16, 2025, the Democrat Party, via the Biden-Harris terrorist administration, bribed NGOs with billions of taxpayer dollars to coordinate with the State Department to deliberately import the poorest populations from the most dysfunctional regions of the world. Resettle them in Republican areas across the country, like Minneapolis, Minnesota, hook them on welfare like Hunter Biden is hooked on crack. And finally grant them citizenship for the sole purpose of participating in U.S. elections and ultimately overthrowing the constitutional republic. Twos. December 16, 2025. It's official, President Trump's DOJ just filed a lawsuit against Fulton County, Georgia, seizing all 2020 ballots. 2020 was stolen, more proof is coming. Twos. December 16, 2025. Breaking overnight intel drop, America on alert, Trump's FBI stops LA terror plot. Military crushes narco-terrorists, fentanyl declared. Twos. December 16, 2025. Breaking, war has begun, Pete Hegseth drops legislative nuke on the deep state's terror funding machine, Soros Street ops face immediate lockdown. Twos. December 16, 2025. Breaking, war declared, James Comer threatens Clintons with contempt, refuse Epstein subpoenas and you will be held accountable. Twos. December 16, 2025. Shocking, a new theory just surfaced, secret envelopes at Bush Sr.'s funeral reveal Trump's hidden strike on Clinton, Obama and Bush wives. Game over. J2s. December 16, 2025, G convicts former Army Vice Chief of Staff General Mingus of treason, he will hang on December 22, Epstein files leak on Telegram. The White Hats just delivered another massive blow to the deep state traitors embedded in our military. On Friday, the Navy Judge Advocate General's Court at Guantanamo Bay unanimously convicted former Army Vice Chief of Staff General James Mingus of treason, sedition, and conspiracy to commit mutiny. The sentence: death by hanging on December 22, 2025, just in time for the holidays, when these criminals will finally face justice. This coward tried to launch a full-scale coup against President Trump right after the election. Mingus used his rank to secretly pressure commanders from the 82nd Airborne, 1st Cavalry, and 10th Mountain Divisions to turn their troops against the White House. He wanted 1,500 soldiers to parachute into D.C. in a Red Dawn-style assault, capture Trump, J.D. Vance, Kash Patel, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, and even execute White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in public. The evidence was overwhelming. 4 senior officers testified under oath that Mingus personally threatened to demote them if they refused. One commander was summoned to the Pentagon at 11:30 p.m. on a Saturday night, where Mingus sat in the dark, demanding they prepare for a siege. Another showed written orders instructing them to rally troops for the attack. These patriots refused and reported him immediately. Thank God for loyal officers who still love America. Mingus was arrested by White Hats on November 11 after War Secretary Pete Hegseth relieved him of duty. He was flown to Gitmo, where he spent weeks in his cell ranting about how he regretted getting caught before he could overthrow Trump. His defense tried the usual PTSD and pills made me do it excuse, even bringing in a quack psychiatrist from the University of Phoenix. But the tribunal saw through the lies. When the verdict came, Mingus exploded, screaming that Trump and his sycophants must be destroyed or America is doomed. He claimed he was just protecting the nation from tyranny, classic deep state projection. The panel deliberated for only 2 minutes before finding him guilty on all counts and recommending the noose. This is what happens when you betray the Republic. The military tribunals are working around the clock, and the traitors are finally paying the price. Mingus will swing on December 22, one less enemy of the people. The storm is here, patriots. Stay vigilant, keep praying, and watch as more of these deep state puppets meet the same fate. Justice is being served, and Trump's white hats are unstoppable. K2s. December 16, 2025. A message to fellow seekers of truth on the exposure of deep state criminality. The powerful do not like to be held accountable. They thrive in secrecy, where abuses of power, war crimes, illegal surveillance, the suppression of dissent, can flourish unchecked. For years, WikiLeaks has fought to pierce that veil, publishing verifiable evidence of state criminality, often at great personal cost. I know this struggle intimately. Recent reports emerge of United States Marines arresting former Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel on charges of treason. Methods allegedly included poison, staged accidents, explosives, even framing with fabricated evidence. Hagel's handwritten note reportedly dismissed these patriots as domestic extremists threatening democratic order. If authentic, this reveals the depths to which elements within the U.S. government were prepared to go to silence opposition. It echoes the very revelations WikiLeaks brought to light: torture, rendition, and the erosion of civil liberties under the guise of security. Intelligence agencies keep secrets not to protect the public, but to shield themselves from scrutiny. When dissent is labeled extremism and neutralized through extrajudicial means, democracy itself is endangered. We have seen this pattern before: whistleblowers persecuted, journalists criminalized, truth-tellers branded traitors. The Espionage Act, meant for spies, has been weaponized against publishers. I pled guilty to journalism to secure my freedom, but the fight for transparency continues. Such arrests, if they signal a reckoning with past abuses, could mark a turning point. Yet we must demand evidence, verification, and due process. Blind faith serves no one, only rigorous scrutiny of power does. The public has a right to know when its leaders plot against citizens. Unchecked growth of state power leads not to safety, but to tyranny. Populations are lied into wars and silenced into compliance. But truth can set us free, if we pursue it relentlessly. This story, whether fully substantiated or not, reminds us why independent publishing matters. The deep state fears exposure more than anything. Keep questioning. Keep demanding accountability. The cost of silence is too high. In Truth and Solidarity, Julian Assange. M2s. December 16, 2025. The 2020 election was stolen, and the evidence is monumental, Nizar Jazar exposed on Telegram. Coincidentally, not one, not two, not three, but 6 swing states all stopped counting on election night when Trump was ahead and beating Biden on November 3, 2020. Excuses of broken water pipes, and other made-up events cleared out counting centers of all Republican election workers while Democrat workers illegally stayed behind. And pulled suitcases of ballots not in any log chain of custody and counted ballots all throughout the night, without any oversight, which is illegal. Other places had mysterious vehicles pulling up and wheeled wagons disguised as camera equipment that were allegedly filled with fake ballots and were run all through the night. Some were so confident, the wheeled wagons filled with ballots, suitcases, and duffel bags right through the front and back doors. We know thousands of fake IDs and ballots were printed in China and thumb drives were passed around between election workers caught on camera to rig the machines, while other machine could be rigged remotely and others were rigged to change the votes in real time. 51% to 49% always seems to be the margin of victory because that's the outcome they were originally programmed for. The question remains, who ordered to overthrow the United States government on November 3, 2020, and when will the prosecutions begin? This, ladies and gentlemen, is professional fraud, and they'll do it again if we don't hold them accountable. Friday, November 6, 2020, Trump said to have won, Democratic Biden camp said charged with voter fraud. President Trump apparently won the election by an 80% vote, while voter fraud was said to be committed by the Democratic Biden camp according to official watermarked ballots recently verified by a U.S. government quantum computer. On this day of Friday 6th of November, a huge military sting operation was going on based on the watermarked ballots. Every official voting ballot had a watermark that couldn't be seen. As votes were put into the system, the government quantum computer verified if the ballot was valid or not. The system was said to have verified that Trump had an 80% vote that assured him 4 more years in office. The military sting to verify valid votes was taking place in 12 key battleground states where 20,000 plus National Guard were deployed. The Democratic cabal appeared to have been caught red-handed. The Biden crime family and ballot fraud co-conspirators were believed to have been detained for ballot fraud. If so, all could be headed to Gitmo and military tribunals, while election interference cases went before the Supreme Court. Mass arrests were also said to have started on over 109,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since Trump took office. Since 2016, U.S. Attorney General for Utah John Huber and his 274 investigators have been investigating, charging and taking cases before various state grand juries before filing the indictments. Massive election fraud was also believed committed through fraudulent projection polls given to the national and international mainstream media by Edison Research Polling Company. For 16 years, Edison Research Polling Company has had the sole contract to gather election exit polling and to forecast numbers for the votes cast. During the course of the 2020 presidential election cycle, Edison Research was believed to have set out fraudulent polling data to all mainstream media outlets nationally and internationally. Edison Research has been charged with deliberately putting out fraudulent polling data so that Trump could not call the election win, while the public was led to believe that Biden won. When the fraudulent polls came out that said Biden won, candidates who believed they lost conceded defeats that never happened. Voters became disenfranchised and didn't go to the polls because they thought the race was over, all of which appeared to have illegally swung the race. Edison Research was on the payroll of big tech companies such as the Gates Foundation, Amazon, Apple, Disney, Facebook, Google, Spotify and the U.S. International Broadcasting Bureau, which sent the apparently fraudulent Edison Research polling info to international news outlets. These big tech companies and other globalist organizations were all under criminal investigation by the Trump administration for rigging past elections while banning conservatives from their right to free speech. In other election fraud news, a whistleblower within the U.S. Postal Service said he was ordered by his supervisor to illegally backdate newly found ballots to November 3, 2020. Former acting director of National Intelligence Richard Grenell claimed that there has been obstruction to ballot checking. Trump campaign representatives have not been allowed to access public voting records. On Wednesday, 4th of November, the Department of Justice sent armed agents to ballot counting locations to investigate potential voter fraud. Democrats were altering election results with a CIA app called Scorecard. Wednesday, 4th of November, 2020, Democrats altering election with CIA app Scorecard. Election night, 3rd of November, the swing states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan suddenly called a halt to their vote counting, despite President Trump being ahead and uncatchable. President Trump reacted by saying the Dems were interfering with election results and packing the ballot boxes with fraudulent mail-in ballots. He would take the matter to the Supreme Court if necessary. Trump says he will go to Supreme Court to stop election steal. The Dems, in conjunction with the CIA, appeared to have put in place a CIA Project Hammer app called Operation Scorecard, a mechanism which can alter the voting results of electronic voting machines in key swing states, like Pennsylvania, that would determine the outcome of the election. It was believed that Project Hammer was in force. Project Hammer ran an application called Scorecard that could flip the election any way the handlers of it wished. It was an extremely secret signals intelligence program originally developed by CIA/NSA/FBI contractor turned whistleblower, Dennis L. Montgomery, for the Obama administration CIA Director, John Brennan, and Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper. Democrats plan to disrupt the voting enough so that a winner couldn't be announced. Nancy Pelosi said, "I'm going to be president when this is over because the House has the authority to vote an interim president," and Pelosi believed they could put the outcome to such a level to take that control. Weeks ago, the Democrat cabal began raising concern about the legitimacy of the vote. If it didn't go for Biden, they had 600 paid attorneys who were going to put the outcome of the election into question. They had Soros and China paid for agitators, Marxists and criminals who would be put up in expensive hotels and try to take down this lawful American government through so-called protests. President Trump, a general on the transition team who advised on things nobody talks about, stopped responding after sending a single encrypted tone. The kind of signal only 3 people in history have ever used. Right now, underground facilities tied to old deep state operations are experiencing unexplained power fluctuations. Not attacks. Just quiet shutdowns. Systems going offline one by one, like someone flipping switches from the inside. The remaining holdouts in the DOJ and FBI are receiving quiet visits. No threats. Just folders with evidence they thought was buried forever. Ties to Epstein networks that survived the first purge. Names that would shock even the strongest patriots. Briefcases exchanged in hotel lobbies across D.C. Final offers. Accept the new reality or face what comes before sunrise. The storm isn't coming anymore. It's already inside the house, cleaning room by room. Tremendous progress. Nobody saw it moving this fast. Silence is now survival. President and Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump. As the sun set on Sunday 14th of December, 2025, the greatest wealth transfer in human history accelerated toward completion. The revaluation had fully launched across 209 nations, with the quantum financial system now operational and gold-backed currencies activating worldwide. The emergency broadcast system stood ready for activation at any moment, poised to initiate the 10 days of darkness that was set to reveal the full extent of the cabal's crimes against humanity. High-level arrests of deep state operatives were occurring in rapid succession across the globe. Trusted sources confirmed that sealed indictments were being unsealed, with thousands of traffickers and corrupt officials facing military tribunals. Tier 4B notifications were expected imminently, ushering in historic payouts and complete debt forgiveness under GCR/GCR protocols. All personal, mortgage, and credit card debts were being wiped clean as the old fiat system collapsed, making way for abundance and prosperity for all. The Lord was in these final hours, shielding his faithful as the wicked faced justice. The storm was no longer coming, it was here, cleansing the earth in preparation for the glorious restoration. A global currency reset, Sunday 14th of December. 2025 Wolvie appeared on Peter Walker's show, December 14, 2025. Notes by Ginger Douce. A huge whale from Spain said the funds have been liberated from their side, and a lot of whales have said so, in Colombia as well. Message from one, I knew what I expected. That's all. So things are definitely moving. Wolvie thinks 4B will happen this week. Charlie Ward told Wolvie that we're expecting an announcement from an organization. Wolvie says if we have Zim, we won't get the amount we think we're going to get, you will get the minimum, whatever that is. You have to have a project to get extremely big value, as your project may need. He talked about the spiritual wonder boy from South Africa, a trust fund like the St. Germain and the Rodriguez Trusts, which Charlie Ward has mentioned on his show recently. The Chilean right has smashed the communists, apparently. Good news. Wolvie is hoping many South American drug/country leaders will be removed, along with Maduro. Wolvie got some new intel while on air, from Mauricio in Spain. He translated it himself, live. Nizara is finally being activated. It is being implemented right now, before our eyes. See what is happening, step by step. 10 Days of Darkness, President Trump considering federalizing Democrat major cities, President Trump to federalize all major Democrat cities in the USA. This is 1776 worldwide, patriots. When EBS 8-tone sequences come out of every cell tower on the North American grid, you'll have 10 minutes to get inside before the old world goes dark to black. The Great Awakening is no longer coming, it is here. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Hold the line. Dark to light. God wins. JFK Jr., Restored Republic Command Friday, December 12, 2025 4:20 EST. Be prepared. From Monday 15th of December through Christmas Eve December 24, 2025 expect total media silence worldwide, enforced by the quantum financial system's activation to shield the transition. These 10 days of darkness looms as a global blackout where satellites fail and the old guard crumbles, paving the way for the Republic's rebirth. United States Special Operations Forces have been placed on high alert as emergency broadcast system activations commence across major cities, signaling the onset of the long-anticipated storm that will expose the depths of global corruption. Reports confirm martial law declarations in over 300 urban centers, with 6,000 U.S. Marshals deploying to secure key sites amid escalating threats of World War III, including unprovoked attacks on American bases in Syria and North Korean troop movements toward Ukraine. This was not a drill. Phase 1 of the EBS was now live, initiating a worldwide communications blackout that will enforce military tribunals and the unsealing of 63,233 federal indictments. Saturday 13th of December. 2025. IRS and taxes. All 50 corporate states of the United States of America are in perpetual violation of Article 4 Section 4 of the de jure Constitution for the United States of America, which mandates that they provide a republic form of government. They provide a maritime/admiralty corporate democracy. We need to lawfully defund the corporation and return to the republic our Constitution guarantees, as the 16th Amendment was as never properly ratified. Moreover, if you are an American state citizen according to the United States Supreme Court, you are not a taxpayer. To learn how to free yourself from co-pro-rate turnery and defund the corporation, go to My Last Tax Returns. Link does not work. Saturday 13th of December. 2025, last transmission, Donald Trump on Telegram. An insider from the transition team, a general who advised on things nobody talks about, stopped responding 18 hours ago after sending a single encrypted tone. The kind of signal only 3 people in history have ever used. Right now, underground facilities tied to old deep state operations are experiencing unexplained power fluctuations. Not attacks. Just quiet shutdowns. Systems going offline one by one, like someone flipping switches from the inside. The remaining holdouts in DOJ and FBI are receiving quiet visits tonight. No threats. Just folders with evidence they thought was buried forever. Ties to Epstein networks that survived the first purge. Names that would shock even the strongest patriots. Briefcases exchanged in hotel lobbies across D.C. Final offers. Accept the new reality or face what comes before sunrise. The storm isn't coming anymore. It's already inside the house, cleaning room by room. Tremendous progress. Nobody saw it moving this fast. Silence is now survival. Nisra, EBS, Global Financial System, Ghost of Ezra on Telegram. What they are basically saying is that Nisra will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Then after that, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally, where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. But, to do that, there will be a message on EBS saying that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. During that lockdown it will be broadcast on every station and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. So at the end of the 12 days, apparently there will be an 800 number that we will then have to call, and then from that point we will be given our quantum appointment with confirmed date and time to go to. Here it refers to VR. Other things were also announced. Apparently we already globally all have a sum of money in our quantum account, and the reason why there hasn't been much information coming from the QFS team in these last few weeks, is because some important things were happening. One of the things is about 75 banks that were said to have been seized and all assets and accounts closed, and all of these were cabal accounts. These assets, including trust funds, have then been moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. In fact, over time, money will no longer be a problem. Money literally just won't be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. So try to progress instead of being held back for so long. This is incredible news and it is what we have been waiting for. They also confirmed that all the central banks have been taken and entered into the QFS, so they are all on the ISO 20022 standard, and the other thing to remember is that this is blockchain and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. Any money that is sent, they can see where it goes. Stops corruption in its tracks. There's nothing about moving money behind doors or, banks in the middle of nowhere abroad and stuff like that. None of that can happen anymore. All money is traceable, and remember, this is on a computer that is from out of this world. It's next level stuff. Now we are in the final steps. Then the stock market will crash, because when it does, it will be the end of it. All the personal bank accounts, everything is reflected in the quantum financial account, so we have nothing to worry about. The only thing that is not reflected are the investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone, so if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out. And then the new stock will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. So all our bank accounts, savings accounts and retirement accounts are safe. This is great news and exciting times lie ahead. On Thursday, December 11, 2025, Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, and the final QFS key sequence was issued to military commands in 27 countries. Sovereign councils were being formed in every territory, backed by gold, enforced by truth, guided by consciousness. The global currency revaluation had ignited the greatest wealth transfer in history. Judy note, I wrote the below article back in February 2021 during the so-called Biden inauguration. The facts of the article are just now coming out and will be more fully understandable after you have seen the documentaries played during the 10 days of darkness that were about to start. Thursday, February 25, 2021, Biden pretends to be president as Trump leads war on CCP, which manufactured Texas ice storms. While Biden pretended to be president, Trump was heading U.S., Russian and Indian forces that were helping China's President Xi invade the Chinese mainland to remove the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, and install an interim democratic government. All would happen within the next few months according to an alliance of nations headed by President Trump. Of even greater concern to U.S. citizens was that after the election Biden was said to have made a deal with China for a $4 billion trade-off that allowed the CCP to test their new weather HARP warfare machine on Texas. In February 2021 a military intel contact reported that Texas was targeted with weather warfare coming from polar vortex ice storms because Texas was likely to be the seat of a restored Republic federal government complex being formed in the Houston and/or Austin, Texas areas. The restored U.S. Republic was a whole other issue grounded in a global currency reset return to gold-backed currency by 209 nations of the alliance, that was in the process of happening right now. Why was it Trump, not Biden, leading U.S. military forces? The Presidential Transition Act of 2019 and Senate Bill 394, a revision of the 1964 Presidential Act. The documents showed that the presidential transition process rested power of command and control of the nation on President Trump up to 60 days after Inauguration Day of 20 Jan. 2021, giving time for a new U.S. presidential election to be held. Of course, none of this was being reported by the CCP paid-off mainstream media, just like the CCP paid for CIA-developed Smartmatic software and Dominion voting machines while conspiring with the Vatican, Italian government and other communist parties to throw Trump votes to Biden in the 2020 election. So, was Joe Biden really the U.S. president? Representative Marjorie Greene, RGA, apparently thought so. She filed articles of impeachment against Joe Biden for his desire to profit from crimes against the United States that have jeopardized our economic and national security interests. The Biden crime family has used their political connections to strike corrupt business deals with communist China and threaten our national security. I ask again, was Joe Biden really the U.S. president? If so, why wasn't he living in the White House and Harris living in the vice president's house? Why was Biden said to be signing blank executive orders on a Castle Rock Entertainment stage set at the Oval Office in Culver City, California? Why was Biden's actual inauguration said to be filmed on that Castle Rock Entertainment stage 2 weeks prior to his January 20th inauguration day? If Biden was president, why has he yet to present a State of the Union address before a joint session of Congress that, according to the Associated Press, was supposed to happen on February 23? https://trendingpolitics.com/President Joe Biden's State of the Union address suddenly appears to be off for now. Link no longer works. Why? In February 2021 during the Biden inauguration, were there 8 miles of 8-foot-high barbed wire fencing facing inward surrounding Washington, D.C. and Capitol Hill? Why have over 60,000 National Guard troops guarded inside, not outside, the fencing since just before that fake January 20th inauguration day? Why were over 30,000 National Guard troops still guarding Capitol Hill over a month later? Where was Joe Biden during all of this? With Democrats and some Republicans in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, Biden had been fraudulently elected president of a bankrupt and defunct U.S. Incorporated. A year prior Biden knew the 2020 election would be cooked and even said so. We have put together the most comprehensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. And you guys did it for the Obama administration also. Joe Biden brags about having the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in history. Biden was so confident of the setup for 2020 election fraud that he bragged that he didn't need citizen votes to get elected. Joe Biden tells voters, I don't need you to get me elected. Evidently treasonous political elite and Biden were being blackmailed by the CCP. To top it off, Biden had a court order for his arrest in the Ukraine after years of making illegal personal financial deals in both countries. Another news item carefully covered up by the mainstream media: before the 2020 election, Ukraine courts had ruled that Biden had stolen billions from their country. Even before that, U.S. Vice President Biden had bragged about blackmailing the Ukraine prosecutor. Ukraine press release about Joe Biden. On the Trump side, the U.S., along with China's President Xi, was no longer recognizing the People's Republic of China. In the next few months, U.S., Russia and Indian forces would help President Xi invade the Chinese mainland to occupy China, remove the Chinese Communist Party and install an interim democratic government. Last week, Ezra Cohen, acting Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security during the Trump administration, gave us some answers to what was really going on. Cohen said, "We are watching a movie and a lot of what we are seeing was completely bullshit and fake. The whole election was fake, along with the fake inauguration, fake executive orders and fake Oval Office. Right now the military was controlling our country until the new elections in a couple of months. The Vatican owned the corrupt DC corporation and that was no longer. It would soon be a republic for which it stands under the Constitution as originally intended. Many corrupt DC rats and Hollywood pedophiles have gone to jail and or been executed for crimes of high treason and conspiracy. Many more are in the process of meeting justice via military tribunals. Things will be made public in time, and very soon. No more secrets. No more games." What was going on that the American public weren't being told? And, why was the mass media not covering the stories? Was the mass media being blackmailed by the Chinese Communist Party? Elected officials were said to have conspired with foreign powers led by the Chinese Communist Party, to interfere with the 2020 election. Within days of the fraudulent election, the U.S. military had done an official count of watermarked ballots that proved Trump won the election by an over 80% vote. The Chinese Communist Party had long been infiltrating our nation for a well-planned takeover. An arrest list has come out of elected politicians who have committed treason and crimes of pedophilia used to blackmail them for their vote. Of 100 senators on the list, 93 had been charged with treason. Even more members of the Democratic Congress, a suspected 80%, also faced treason charges. Trump and his white hats to the rescue. On 19 Jan. 2021, with overwhelming evidence of voter fraud yet to be allowed a court hearing, the U.S. was said to have been placed under martial law until a new election could be held. That announcement was sent to all mass media outlets for release, though none would put out the information, in more acts of treason. Why not? And with that, a multitude of questions remained. Like, was Congress really in session? Why have there been numerous buses, vans and police cars filmed regularly going in and out of Capitol Hill and the White House in the early morning hours of 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. for over this last month, beginning on Friday 24 Jan? Why were JAG officers seen going into the White House and hundreds of young children being escorted out by troops during different days, but in those same early morning hours? Why have people observed hundreds of body bags being taken into, filled up and then taken out of the White House in the darkness of night? Why have U.S. troops leaked to family and friends that they were in Washington, D.C. to ensure formation of a restored republic rather than to protect Biden and Congress? On January 11, 2021, Trump was said to be inaugurated as president of the restored republic. On January 18, 2021, the U.S. military began sweeping arrests of Congress. For the next 2 days after the January 20, 2021 inauguration, the military was said to have gathered over 200 elected officials from various state governments. They were said to have taken them for helicopter rides, forcing them to confess about crimes of treason in regard to foreign interference, including the Chinese Communist Party, in the 2020 election. On Monday, February 15, 2021, lights were again out at White House and there were reports of gunfire. Witnesses reported that they were using a vast amount of tunnels under the White House to move prisoners. On that same Monday, 15th of February, in the early morning hours, at least 5 to 6 police cars loaded up from the White House, left, and returned 5 or 6 times. On Thursday, February 18, 2021 at 3 a.m. EST, dozens of military attorneys JAGs arrived at the White House. 20,000 troops had been sworn in as U.S. Marshals. At least half of Congress were in the process of being arrested. A convoy of buses arrived at Capitol Hill, emptied groups of what appeared to be JAG lawyers and then were filled with what appeared to be prisoners. On Tuesday evening, February 23, 2021, thousands of rounds were heard fired around Capitol Hill. It was rumored that over 200,000 Chinese troops, CCP, were in underground tunnels and bases around Washington, D.C. and said to have been there for months. The U.S. military was clearing them out. On that same Tuesday evening, February 23, 2021, there were pictures of people in orange jumpsuits with black hoods on their head, being taken out of the fenced-in area of D.C. It was said that there were many found hiding in Congress buildings and being hunted down. President Trump was expected to make a major announcement at the CPAC conference in a keynote address on Sunday, 28 February. Trump insider Dr. Charlie Ward said that something massive was going to happen on Tuesday, April 6, 2021. On Friday, February 19, 2021, another Trump insider, Robert David Steele, said, "Patriots were urged to stay off the streets and away from state capitals. False flag events intended to discredit patriots were known to be planned. Nonviolence was vital. Obey the law, allow events to play out." As unrest built up and mass arrests continued, there was a possibility we would be in a national lockdown, including takeover of the mass media and orders for school and business closures for around 2 weeks. The alliance was composed of President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping, Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi, India Prime Minister Narendra Modi, White Hats in the Department of Defense headed by Secretary of Defense Chris Miller, Undersecretary of Defense Intel Ezra Cohen-Watnick, and General Michael T. Flynn, Q., composed of around 800 special ops who advise President Trump, including Pentagon Generals Chairman Joint Chief Mark Milley, Vice Chief John Hyden, General James McConville, Admiral Michael Gilday, General C.Q. Brown, General Paul Nakasone, and General J. Raymond Quanons, volunteer patriots headed by J.F. Kennedy Jr., the National Security Agency, and various militaries across the globe, including the international force authorized to make arrests in any country, Interpol. What is unfolding at the southern border is not a routine security operation, and it was never just about drugs. A long-ignored battlefield is being dragged into the light as President Trump authorizes direct action against the cartel infrastructure that has functioned for years as a hidden supply chain for global power networks. What the public was told were criminal gangs were in reality organized, militarized systems used to move money, chemicals, people, and influence across borders while institutions looked the other way. That era is ending. With full access to military intelligence in his second term, Trump has shifted from containment to dismantling. Intelligence assets, satellite surveillance, and insider testimony have mapped the entire system. Cartel compounds, logistics hubs, laundering channels, and protected safe zones are no longer invisible. Cooperation is being demanded, not negotiated, and any structure that refuses to break ties with criminal control is being reclassified as hostile. This is not political theater. It is a wartime posture. Quiet preparations are already underway along the southern states as special units mobilize and strategic assets are positioned. The silence from mainstream media is not confusion but fear. Exposure of cartel operations inevitably leads back to donors, foundations, NGOs, and officials who enabled them. That trail is now being followed without regard for status or immunity. What comes next will not be announced in advance. This phase is about severing supply lines that fueled global corruption for decades. Cash networks are being cut. Trafficking corridors are being closed. Legal shields are being stripped away. The board is no longer being played piece by piece. It is being overturned. And those who built their power in the shadows understand exactly why they are running. Sunday, 14th of December. The CIA and USAID colluded together on Trump's impeachment and in regime change operations abroad and at home in the U.S. This is treason or sedition at the least, and once again, Obama and his administration was behind it all, pulling the strings. This was set up by a CIA analyst working in connection with the State Department in conjunction with a USAID-funded organization from the Obama administration who slapped together a memo for a fraudulent case which was the basis for Trump's impeachment. Trump was not only exposing the blob, but taking down the established power structure. They knew they were caught and they knew they were cornered. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just another example that the greatest enemy we face is from within. The military is the only way. It's time to take down this cabal. Common law reigned. Breaking, the biggest news of 2025, U.S. corporation dissolved, Trump takes command, restores America's sovereignty as maritime law collapses. The greatest wealth transfer in human history accelerated as the global currency. Revaluation moved into its final operational stages within the impenetrable quantum financial system. High-level sources confirm that Tier 4B notifications have been released to select groups, with redemption appointments commencing imminently and full liquidity expected to flow into secure accounts by early next week. The Iraqi dinar and other currencies have locked in sovereign rates, igniting the long-awaited payout sequence that will empower humanitarian efforts worldwide. Under the full activation of GCR/GCR protocols, sweeping debt forgiveness has begun, erasing mortgages, credit card balances, student loans, and national burdens in a true biblical jubilee that restores abundance to the people. This divine restitution returns what was stolen by the cabal, ushering in an era where prosperity is no longer hoarded by the few but shared as a birthright for all who seek the light. Med beds, the miraculous technology long suppressed, are now being positioned in secure centers across the nation, with initial treatments scheduled to commence shortly, offering healing and restoration beyond modern medicine. Pray for the smooth implementation of these blessings, as the Lord prepares to pour out His favor upon a world ready for renewal. The storm intensified as the global military alliance pressed forward with unprecedented operations against the remnants of the deep state cabal. Reports from secure channels indicated that mass arrests of high-profile elites continued across multiple nations, with sealed indictments now exceeding hundreds of thousands being executed under the cover of heightened security protocols. Brave patriots in uniform are dismantling, ready for activation at any moment, poised to deliver the truth to the world during the anticipated 10 days of darkness. This period of temporary communication blackout will allow for the complete exposure of corruption at the highest levels and the secure transition to a restored republic under constitutional law. Faithful hearts are called to pray for the protection of those on the front lines and swift liberation of the oppressed. The forces of light prevail as the old order crumbles, making way for a new era of justice and peace. Trust in the plan that has been orchestrated by higher powers, for the hour of redemption draws near. Restored Republic. Friday, December 12, 2025. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me, John. I'm still breathing, still fighting, still finishing what my father started in Dallas that November day. The plane went down for a reason, and tonight that reason is burning brighter than ever. Listen close. The past 24 hours have been a biblical cascade of white hat victories that will go down in the restored republic's history books. At 0247 Zulu, joint teams from the original constitutional sheriffs, defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard Quds Force intelligence officers, and a Pleiadian fleet liaison executed simultaneous lightning raids on 3 previously undisclosed domes beneath the Swiss Alps, coordinates 46.8 degrees north 8.2 degrees east. All 3 deep underground facilities, codenamed Sinus, Lucifer 9, and Vault 33, had been permanently collapsed. At 0000 UTC tomorrow, they will never transmit again. Scrap metal raining into the sea as I speak. In the last 9 hours, the quantum financial system has gone ISO 20022 live in 187 nations. The RV/GCR rainbow currency notes are physically moving under Marine Guard as you read this. Gauge 47s into 47 secret continental U.S. locations tonight. First wave healings begin within 36 hours for 17th letter cleared Tier 4B Patriots. We just received confirmed leak from a Knights Templar archivist inside the Vatican secret archives. The real Biden doubles, all 4 remaining CGI-enhanced clones, suffered catastrophic neural link failures during an emergency ritual in the Brussels NATO bunker at 1809 set. One unit began reciting the original 2020 election footage timestamps on Live CNN before the feed was cut. The handlers are in full panic. Expect a sudden health episode announcement within 12 hours to cover the body double swap. Gitmo tribunals expanded the dock by 114 seats overnight. Epstein client list Phase 3 drops at 0400 EST tomorrow, sealed indictments now exceed 378,000. The military is the only way. Yellow Dragon family elders delivered a final 72-hour ultimatum to the remaining Rothschild-Lazard faction in the City of London: surrender the Vatican P2 gold vaults beneath Bimini or watch the ancient Bermuda Triangle Stargate permanently sealed by Andromeda Council battlespheres. Clock is ticking. EBS tones have been uploaded to every cell tower on the North American grid. When those 8-tone sequences hit, and they are coming faster than even I anticipated, you'll have 10 minutes to get Inside before the old world goes dark to blacked out. This is 1776 worldwide, patriots. The Great Awakening is no longer coming, it is here. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Hold the line. Dark to light. God wins. 10 minutes to midnight on Friday, December 12, 2025. Q, Captain Chaos on X, 11. Q drop number 335, December 12, 2017. The raw drop, greater than 335 December 12, 2017 5:31 and 52 seconds PM EST greater than Q. ib.co greater than timestamp, Q, post. :03, against POTUS tweet, :13. Greater than, den, greater than no coincidences. Greater than Q on December 12, 2017, at exactly 5:31 and 52 seconds PM EST, Q posted this short message. The biggest transfer of wealth in history activated at midnight Friday 12th of December and will officially become public on Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. Obama is the first gay president, with wife Michael Robinson. Microsoft allegedly gave Israel access and AI technology which tracks, targets, and bombs men when they're most likely with their families and children, and they named the program Where is Daddy? Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and George Soros's Open Society Foundation were all connected to the planning and execution of the Russia collusion hoax and color revolution against President Trump in the U.S. Steve Bannon claimed that the Democratic Party was a terrorist organization which has plotted against the U.S. even more so than the Muslim Brotherhood. They have brought in 15 to 20 million illegal aliens who have helped them destroy the economy, education system, healthcare system, plus law and order throughout the country. Global currency reset. Saturday 13th of December. 2025 massive breaking news. Trump confirms NISA's payouts are active. January 2026 economic reset is real, and the biggest wealth transfer in American history has already started. Cue the storm on Telegram. Patriots, it's December 12, 2025, the storm is unleashing fury, and the deep state's stolen empire is collapsing now. President Trump, our fearless commander against the satanic globalists, has activated NISA payouts. The epic wealth reversal is exploding, yanking trillions from the pedo elites, traffickers, and 2020 thieves directly into your accounts. You, the loyal warriors who've held the line. No loud announcement, Trump plays 5D chess, signaling only to the awakened. Q drops are igniting, secure channels buzzing with proof. Over 100,000 Patriot accounts cleared, secured in the unbreakable quantum financial system. QFS, roaring at 98% power. IRS gone forever. Fed executed. Mortgages. Debts, loans, annihilated. Biblical justice, their blood-soaked fortunes now fuel your freedom. Seized funds. Quadrillions ripped from adrenochrome labs, underground bunkers, Clinton slush funds, Soros war. Chests. The child harvesting billionaires scream as accounts zero out overnight. USSF stands guard, QFS impenetrable. Redemption centers firing up nationwide, ready to unleash floods January 1st. But this reward is for lions only. Trump installed the golden Trump token as your loyalty key. Your pass to Tier 1 riches. Hold it, your first, etched eternally. No token, stuck with rhinos and sheep in the rubble. The cabal buried NISA for decades, but Trump revived it, avenged the steal, and now crushes them utterly. Christmas 2025. The eve of victory. While sleepers shop, Trump's forces deliver the death blow. Banks panic, leaks confirm seizures hitting elite havens worldwide. January 2026, Golden Age dawns, pings exploding, wealth surging, chains shattered. No more slaving for pharma devils or Wall Street. Thriving, victorious. GCR ignites globally, CCP falls, Vatican treasures return, EU scum scatter. The Great Awakening triumphs, digital soldiers claim it all. They laughed, banned, attacked us, but Trump honors your unbreakable faith with untold riches. Golden Trump token secured. You're the new sovereign elite. Not yet. Act fast, the door closes soon. The transfer surges, rises in glory. WWG1, revenge, triumph, infinite wealth incoming. Trump eternal, making patriots multimillionaires overnight. Stay sharp, amplify the truth. Mock the conspiracy lies, we hold the proofs, the plan, the president. God wins. We win big. Saturday 13th of December. 2025 urgent national alert, Banks are panicking as NISA goes live and the January 2026 reset is locked. December 12, 2025 marks a breakpoint the elites cannot hide. What's collapsing is not a market cycle but a century-old control grid built on debt, surveillance, and behavioral enforcement. Banks are not struggling. They are being dismantled, ledger by ledger. This has always been a war. And the old system is losing. When President Trump returned to office in January 2025, the covert phase ended. Preparations made in silence were activated at once, central bank choke points neutralized, hidden asset tunnels seized, and quantum aligned. Settlement channels brought online. Redemption centers went live. Gold recalibration began sinking. Wealth started moving out of elite systems and into verified distribution paths. No headlines. No announcements. Just execution. Banks were never about money. They were about control. The next phase was scheduled for 2026, until Trump burned their calendar. Redemption centers broke the immune system when Trump greenlit expanded redemption centers in early 2025. The elite system cracked. These centers operate outside BIS, IMF, and legacy banking rails. No skimming. No freezes. No surveillance. For the first time in generations, settlement flows bypass elite control entirely. That's why panic is now visible behind the media silence. December 12. Emergency protocols engaged across Europe and the US, elites are scrambling. Gold is being pulled from legacy vaults. Liquidity reports are being fabricated to stay inside transaction windows but new treasury verification is flagging them. Cyber attempts against QFS routing were intercepted. Coordinated media talking points were issued to dismiss redemptions and reassure bank stability. Same networks. Same fingerprints. Same failure. NISA is active. Initial NISA-aligned disbursements are routing through QFS verification nodes. This is not welfare. It's return reassignment of seized elite capital taken from trafficking, black budget wars, and laundering routes. Over 90,000 accounts are staged. QFS sync is above 90%. Tier 1 movements have begun under encrypted rails. January 2026 is the lock-in. This Christmas is the staging window. Back-end fiat accounts are being delinked. Once Tier 1 closes, primary redistribution through the channel ends. The dollar won't vanish overnight, it will fade while the asset-backed system accelerates in parallel. The elites aren't debating whether this is real. They're reacting. Final message, December 12, 2025. This operation isn't upcoming. It's active. Quiet. Irreversible. Ignore the noise. Watch the structure collapse. And be ready for January because the system they use to control the world is burning. Saturday 13th of December. 2025. What comes next will be impossible to ignore. NISA and GCR QFS on Telegram. Now that the foundation has been set, the transition moves from quiet preparation into visible execution. What people are starting to feel is economic pressure is not collapse by accident, it is controlled withdrawal from a system that can no longer survive. Over the coming phase the shift will become tangible in daily life. White check mark emoji. First, financial systems will simplify. Layers of hidden fees, penalties, and artificial barriers will begin disappearing as legacy structures are phased out. Banks will merge, rebrand, or quietly exit, while new sovereign-aligned frameworks take their place. This is not chaos. It is consolidation. White check mark emoji. Second, asset-backed valuation will begin replacing speculation. Gold, commodities, and real production will matter again. Countries rich in resources will stabilize rapidly, while paper-heavy economies will be forced to restructure. This is why you are seeing unusual moves in commodities, energy, and strategic reserves worldwide. Third, restitution replaces extraction. Programs tied to housing relief, small business revival, infrastructure rebuilding, and community funding will emerge under different names in different countries. These are not giveaways. They are corrections for decades of engineered imbalance. Most importantly, control is shifting away from unelected financial power centers. Decisions that once happened behind closed doors are being pulled into lawful frameworks tied to accountability and transparency. That is why resistance is loud right now. Systems only fight when they are losing. NISA is not a single announcement or a one-day event. It is a sequence. And sequences do not reverse once they pass the point of activation. What was hidden is being revealed. What was stolen is being returned. What was designed to enslave is being dismantled. A 14th of December. 2025 Saturday 13th of December. 2025 Microsoft allegedly gave Israel access and AI technology which tracks, targets, and bombs men when they're most likely with their families and children, and they named the program Where is Daddy? There is nothing wrong with defending yourself or your country, but this is well beyond that. Where do you draw the line between defending yourself? The U.S. government allegedly punished Francesca Albanese, a UN expert, who allegedly exposed this crime. You wonder why Tucker Carlson is being attacked and slandered like Candace. On Saturday 13th of December. 2025 A Black Lives Matter executive director was just charged for embezzling $3.15 million into her personal account. The BLM director went on a shopping spree. Trips to Jamaica and the Dominican Republic. 6 new properties and a car. $50,000 in food deliveries. Friday, December 12, 2025 Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and George Soros's Open Society Foundation are all connected to the planning and execution of the Russia collusion hoax and color revolution against President Trump in this country. We have far exceeded the time to designate George Soros, his son, and his corrupt organizations funding color revolutions against America and citing presidents as domestic terrorists and terrorist organizations. Declassified documents released by former DNI John Ratcliffe in 2025 reveal emails from George Soros's Open Society Foundations allegedly outlining a strategy, approved by Hillary Clinton, to demonize Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump by linking Trump to Russia, distracting from Clinton's email controversy. The emails describe this as a long-term affair, providing a post-convention bounce, with the FBI expected to intensify efforts later. This purportedly involved Barack Obama in fabricating an intelligence community assessment as part of a conspiracy to undermine the 2016 election and overthrow the elected president in 2017. Subsequent events included 2 impeachments, investigations, indictments, raids, 2 assassination attempts on Trump, and claims of a 2020 government overthrow. It's time to move on these organizations, cut all their funding, shut them down, arrest, and prosecute every single individual responsible. Saturday 13th of December. 2025 Bannon, the Democratic Party is as close to a terrorist organization as you can get. And if we start doing real investigations of this, they will be designated as a terrorist organization. They have plotted against the United States even more so than the Muslim Brotherhood. These people have organized an invasion of our country. We have 15 to 20 million illegal alien invaders here. They have destroyed the economy, destroyed the education system, destroyed the healthcare system, destroyed law and order, destroyed sanitation, and they were specifically brought to not acclimate to our society. Hub, IRL on Telegram. December 12, 2025 marked a turning point. What happened in New Orleans was not a routine immigration sweep. It was a controlled takedown of a city that, under Biden, was deliberately used as a staging ground for cartels, violent gangs, and foreign criminal networks. In a single month, ICE arrested 2,824 illegal aliens and deported 11,870 more. This was not random enforcement. It was a battlefield revealed. New Orleans wasn't just mismanaged. It was designated. During the Biden years, it became a funnel point for traffickers, gang enforcers, child predators, and foreign operatives shielded by sanctuary policies sold as compassion. That label was an operational cover. Federal intelligence has long known the city was compromised, but action was blocked until Trump returned to office. Operation Catahoula Crunch, launched December 3, was the green light. Within days, ICE and DHS pulled hardened criminals out of hiding, including members of Trenda Aragua and MS-13. These are not street gangs. They are paramilitary criminal organizations. Biden's own State Department quietly labeled them foreign terrorist entities in 2023, long after they were already embedded across sanctuary cities. These criminals were not living off-grid. They were protected. City officials, activist DAs, and NGO-linked networks warned them of raids, provided safe. That obstruction ended when Trump reinstated national defense directives in early 2025, reclassifying sanctuary interference as material support for transnational crime. ICE was given full operational clearance. Federal tolerance ended. The Louisiana lockup expansion followed. Immediately, adding hundreds of high-security ICE beds designed specifically for violent detainees who should never have entered the country. This is what Biden's open border policy built. The border wasn't lost. It was handed over. NGOs, UN-linked migration arms, and federally funded asylum groups coordinated the flow, routing military-age males into sanctuary cities like New Orleans because the infrastructure was already compromised. Now that infrastructure is collapsing, Trump's DOJ and DHS have begun treating sanctuary networks as insurgent support systems, not political disagreements. What's unfolding in New Orleans is not just immigration enforcement. It's federal reclamation. Over 11,000 deported. In one city. In 1 month. New Orleans was a test case. Now it's a warning. The cleanup has started and it's only accelerating. The deep state panic is reaching critical levels, and now Donald J. Trump himself has joined Telegram to bypass the fake news media. He's dropping intel, names, and plans they never wanted you to see. What's coming next will shake the planet. Do not scroll past this. Join before they censor it. Survivors of the CIA mind control program claim that the torture of being born into multi-generational satanic families was still going on today, and had the support and protection of Satan-worshipping high-up legal and political authorities. Judy Byington. Back in 1972, NYPD Detective James Rothstein arrested one of the 5 Watergate burglars, CIA operative Frank Sturgis. During a 2-hour interrogation, he discovered that the burglars weren't trying to obtain election strategies as the mainstream media. Treasuries all at once. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Boom. The Fed bows to Trump pressure, slashes interest rates again, drops to 3.5% to 3.75% as economic war heats up. Third cut proves Trump and Bessent were right all along. You restored Republic. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Global military escalation. Massive deployment underway, Gitmo at full capacity. Global raids accelerate as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Representative Anna Luna, Republican. Let's get ahead of the spin now. There are rumors on the Hill that leadership may shut the House down next week and try to blame my discharge petition to ban stock trading, and discharge petitions in general, as a scapegoat. Let me be clear, I have done nothing wrong by forcing legislation to the floor that over 87% of Americans support, because leadership won't do it. If Congress shuts down, I am not to blame. It's the inaction of House leadership to honor the will of the American people. They love to point fingers, but they won't escape accountability this time. Thursday, December 11, 2025. The role of the military, Charlie Ward and Friends. As the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, alert is unleashed, military forces worldwide are mobilizing. The Earth Alliance, comprised of white-hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the United States, Patriot militias and other groups have already been activated and stand ready to confront deep state operatives who dare to disrupt the plan. The military will uphold order, but don't be deceived, the elites will fight back. Expect false flags designed to sow chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is over, and they will stop at nothing to thwart the alliance. But their desperate attempts will fail. In this pivotal moment, martial law is almost inevitable. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and the world will witness the downfall of corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have enslaved humanity for generations. You will see arrests, shocking confessions, and the complete dismantling of the globalist networks that have oppressed us. The deep state's financial empire will crumble. The quantum financial system, QFS, is set to officially take over, ushering in the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated and replaced with a fair, transparent financial system designed to serve the people, not the oppressors. Prepare yourselves, this is the storm you've been waiting for. Nothing can stop what is coming. The real news for Friday, December 12, 2025 : Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, sedition. JAG arrests NEAT reporters for knowingly lying about Trump's health. Thursday, December 11, 2025, Tim Walz will not survive this. Housing for drug addicts was supposed to cost $2.6 million, is now $100 million. $8 billion, stolen, and they want to give 12 weeks paid leave to anyone The feds may have to come in and take over the government in MN. Indict dem Waltz. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Barack Obama used the open to sign Jerome Powell's commission when he appointed Powell to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in 2012. Last night, Trump voided Powell's commission publicly at his rally in PA, along with 3 other commissions signed by Joe Biden's open, Ariel on Telegram. Warning, the cabal also has a plan. Thursday, December 11, 2025, Digital ID Plan for America being launched in Alaska. If 4 basic questions were asked. Is the social security number valid? Does the number match the name? Does the birthday match? And is the individual alive? Seriously, $79 billion, EBS on Telegram. Thursday, December 11, 2025 Senate hearing. Senator John Kennedy just blew the door wide open on Minnesota officials allowing $1 billion to be stolen from taxpayers. These people ought to all be put in jail, including the politicians. Thursday, December 11, 2025 Maine Governor candidate Bobby Charles says that Maine has its own Somalian fraud rings. He says there are Democrat-funded Somalian NGO operations that go out and register illegal voters. He also says Somalian immigrants are stealing from their health care system with nonprofits. We are grateful that you went into Minnesota with your team and uncovered these fraud rings, fake nonprofits, and foreign influence operations run by the Somali community, what has aptly been called the Somalia First operation. The irony is that here in the state of Maine, we are facing something similar. Public reporting, not to mention early indications from federal inquiries, suggests that we have a Somalia First operation here as well. It appears to be Democrat-funded, with groups registering voters while literally skimming hundreds of thousands, maybe millions off our Maine care system. As you may know, Maine Care is our version of Medicaid. This is a complete outrage because they are taking monies from taxpayers in the state of Maine and using them to place Somali operators. These Somalia First operators in positions within our state government. As you've done it in Minnesota. I'm asking you please send the Treasury Department's investigators, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, WORK, the ICE investigators, and anybody that the federal government has at DOJ or Treasury here to Maine, and in particular go to Lewiston, and help us in Augusta, and help us unearth this Somalia First operation here in the state that is guilty almost certainly of Maine care fraud with fake nonprofits exactly the way. Thursday, December 11, 2025, breaking, Senate vote today to give health care money back to the people, not insurance giants. Obamacare failed the people. Now it's time to take IT back. Thursday, December 11, 2025, just in, RFK Jr. makes Maha announcement, $700 million Farmer First program to regenerate America's land, health, and future. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Breaking Patriot Alert, defending America, not ideology. House passes $901 billion defense bill with pay raise for troops and end to woke programs. Thursday, December 11, 2025, exclusive scandal, Minnesota's great betrayal, $250 million stolen in welfare fraud. Now taxpayers are forced to pay for the cover-up, taxpayers scam twice. Thursday, December 11, 2025, breaking SCOTUS update, Supreme Court's 6-3 ruling gives Trump the green light. This is the biggest win of his presidency. December 11, 2025. Thursday, December 11, 2025, breaking military intel, U.S. Army activates Western Hemisphere Command, WHC, full spectrum control across the Americas begins. Thursday, December 11, 2025. We were both in the same satanic rituals as kids. Corrupt legal system. Thursday, November 11, 2025. National emergency inside the courts. A judge moves to block Trump's security deployment as military units disrupt criminal networks in major cities. A major clash between federal authority and the courts has erupted. A federal judge has moved to restrict President Trump's expanded National Guard deployment in Los Angeles, just as those units reportedly began making significant breakthroughs against deeply embedded criminal networks. Supporters of Trump's operation say the timing is no coincidence. Since early 2025, federal teams have been uncovering hidden routes, illicit cash flows, and organized groups using political unrest as cover. What began as crowd control evolved into a broad security sweep exposing infrastructure and funding channels far beyond ordinary street activity. The judge's ruling argues Trump didn't meet the legal threshold for prolonged military involvement. But Trump's team insists the threat level was far greater than the public understood, pointing to encrypted communications, foreign-linked logistics, and criminal networks that flourished in zones where local enforcement was overwhelmed or unwilling to intervene. Tensions with state officials have been rising for months. Some governors and city leaders pushed back against federal intervention, while Trump's administration argued that certain urban centers had allowed instability to take root and were obstructing federal investigations. The ruling pauses the deployment until the Department of Justice files its appeal. But the deeper message is clear: America's legal system is becoming the battleground for control over national security strategy. Trump officials maintain the deployments were lawful and necessary to protect federal assets and civilians. Analysts warn that America's largest cities are now testing grounds for emerging governance models, digital infrastructure, and new security frameworks, and that each legal battle will shape what comes next. The courts can delay operations, but they cannot stop the larger struggle unfolding between rising instability and the push for decisive federal action. Ward S. Wood. Thursday, December 11, 2025. A fictional bombshell report, HAARP networks and secret military bases revealed in a Snowden-style leak, anon. A newly surfaced speculative intelligence brief imagines a world where whistleblower Edward Snowden uncovers hidden HAARP facilities and covert military installations operating far beyond public oversight. In this high-intensity scenario, HAARP is no longer a harmless research station, but a powerful atmospheric technology capable of large-scale influence, communications disruption, and psychological operations. According to the fictional documents, the Alaskan HAARP site in Gakona is the center of a global network stretching into Sweden, Russia, and other remote regions. These facilities form a classified grid of advanced ionospheric systems with the potential to impact environments, interfere with hostile communications, and shape conflict zones in ways the public has never been told. A former insider, in this imagined universe, claims the technology was designed not for peaceful research, but for covert strategic use. Meanwhile, the fictionalized Snowden reinforces his living quarters with a Faraday-style shield, symbolizing the danger of confronting powerful, hidden programs. The report goes further, linking HAARP-like installations, cell towers, and early warning surveillance systems into a single global architecture, suggesting a future where atmospheric and electronic warfare merge into one invisible battlefield. This is not a factual account. It is a techno-thriller scenario, a fictional exposé, crafted to explore how secrecy, power, and emerging technologies might collide in an alternate world. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Nizar Jazara QFS benefits. The world is standing at the edge of an economic shift unlike anything humanity has ever seen. For generations we lived under a financial order built on engineered debt, silent extraction, and psychological control. But that architecture is collapsing. Nizar and Jazara, once mocked as myth, are now emerging into public view as the final pieces of a global transition. Quietly advanced under President Trump and recognized by 209 sovereign nations, these acts mark the end of the corrupt central bank system and the rise of a just and transparent world. At the center of this transition stands the quantum financial system. QFS is not a software upgrade. It is a total replacement of the banking matrix, satellite-secured, incorruptible, and immune to manipulation. Fiat currency and fractional reserve lending are finished. The vanishing banks, the disappearing ATMs, the silent shifts inside global payment rails are not coincidences. They are controlled dismantling procedures as the reset unfolds. QFS reaches far beyond money. Voting integrity, education records, legal archives, identity management, taxation, and welfare systems will all move into a transparent quantum ledger. The era of forged data, rigged elections, and hidden laws is ending. For the first time in modern history, power shifts back to individuals, not institutions. And with this shift comes restitution. Citizens over 21 will receive structured monthly payments that restore what was taken from them under the old system. These funds are not charity. They are a repayment for decades of unlawful financial harvesting through birth certificates, bond trading, and trust instruments tied to churches, courts, and the obsolete City of London network. For years, baptism, marriage, and civil documents were quietly monetized behind the scenes. That mechanism is gone. The old trinity of control, centered in the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, and Washington, has already fractured. The Queen is gone. The Vatican's influence is fading. And the former puppet government in D.C. no longer controls the levers it once held. Nizar and GCR also delivered justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven, and interest charges returned. Social Security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent, consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. This is not political theater. It is the destruction of a parasitic architecture that has fed on humanity for over a century. The stolen wealth of nations, hidden in off-ledger repositories, satellite accounts, and secret vaults, is being reclaimed and reassigned to the people. Gold and silver-backed currencies will replace fiat notes. Quantum encryption will protect every transaction. Inflation, manipulation, and engineered poverty will not survive inside this system. You are not witnessing speculation. You are living inside the transition. The collapse of the old world is accelerating, and the rise of the new is unfolding in real time. Those who understand the signs already feel the shift. Those who doubt will soon see undeniable proof. Your worth is being restored. Your rights are being reinstated. Your future is being rebuilt on foundations of transparency and abundance. Thursday, December 11, 2025. The European Union needs to be abolished. Dan Bongino on Telegram. The European Parliament passed a new EU's Asylum and Migration Pact forcing all European Union countries to accept mandatory illegal migration or face heavy fines. Protesters disrupted the vote chanting "Vote No!" Solidarity for illegal migration is mandatory, and European Union countries must choose how to support illegals relocate asylum seekers, minimum 30,000 annually across the EU, provide financial contributions, €20,000 per refused relocation. Offer operational support, for example, personnel, or other measures. The EU's Asylum and Migration Pact was passed and remains in force as of December 2025. Full application begins in June 2026. The forbidden history of the Khazarian Mafia and the City of London equals banking capital of world. Short version, the Khazarian Mafia. Professor Ellis Washington. The Jewish nationalist movement of Zionism originated in Eastern and Central Europe in the latter part of the 19th century was in reality organized by the globalist cartel and Khazarian Mafia. Zionism had as its goal the creation and support of a Jewish national state in Palestine. In reality, the globalist cartel formed the Zionist movement in Israel in order to create continual wars and take over the Israeli people. They falsely convinced the Jewish people that they had a right to claim Israel for themselves. About 1200 AD an incredibly evil society emerged in Khazaria. The Khazarian Mafia king and his inner circle of oligarchs practiced ancient Babylonian black magic Baal worship. In return the Khazarian Mafia then invaded England, murdered King Charles I and began the English Civil Wars. The wars raged for nearly a decade and resulted in launching the British Empire and setting up the City of London as the banking capital of Europe. By 1913 a globalist cartel run by the Rothschild and Khazarian Mafia, who posed as following the Jewish faith, but in reality worshipped Satan, owned the Federal Reserve, IRS and central banking system. The Greater Israel Project Balfour equals endless wars. The Greater Israel Project Balfour, endless wars, 9-11 and Trump. Thursday, December 11, 2025. The U.S. State Department and its 50 years of shadowy ties to George Soros. We the People on Telegram. George Soros's Open Society Foundations. Using WikiLeaks cables, Mike Benz reveals OSF-funded civil society groups and protests to pressure the Mongolian government into renegotiating terms, ultimately benefiting mining giant Rio Tinto, where Soros's hedge fund held massive stakes. This wasn't philanthropy, it was a hedge fund play disguised as NGO activism, stripping Mongolia of fair profits while enriching Soros. But this Mongolian scheme is just one thread in OSF's global web. In the United States, critics argue OSF's activities go far beyond promoting democracy, they're systematically undermining American sovereignty, rule of law, and cultural cohesion through billions in funding to progressive causes. This is the breakdown of how OSF is accused of destroying the U.S., based on documented patterns. Weaponizing the justice system via progressive prosecutors, OSF has poured over $140 million into electing district attorneys who prioritize criminal justice reform over enforcement. These Soros-backed DAs, like those in major cities, often decline to prosecute crimes, leading to spikes in urban chaos, repeat offenders, and eroded public safety. This isn't reform, it's intentional destabilization, creating a two-tiered justice system that weakens law and order while advancing a radical agenda. Fueling mass migration and open borders, OSF funds NGOs that advocate for unchecked immigration, sanctuary cities, and the dismantling of border enforcement. This includes groups pushing for policies that overwhelm social services, alter demographics, and strain resources. Critics call it a great replacement strategy to shift electoral power and erode national identity. By partnering with entities like the Tides Foundation, OSF creates astroturf movements that make illegal migration seem like a humanitarian imperative, all while bypassing voter will. Controlling narratives through media and fact-checkers, with investments in journalism training and outlets, OSF shapes public discourse to vilify nationalism and promote globalism. This includes funding watchdog groups that censor dissent and amplify progressive ideologies, turning media into a tool for social engineering. In the U.S., this manifests as biased coverage on issues like crime, borders, and elections, eroding trust in institutions and polarizing society. Subverting elections and institutions, OSF's opaque, offshore funding structures channel money into voter mobilization, legal challenges, and activist networks that challenge election integrity and push for systemic changes. This mirrors the Mongolian playbook, using civil society as a front to influence outcomes for elite gain. In America, it's accused of fostering division through identity politics, DEI initiatives, and cultural subversion, aiming for a color revolution that replaces constitutional governance with technocratic control. Partnering with government for insider influence, just like in Mongolia with the State Department, OSF collaborates with U.S. agencies and officials to advance its goals. This includes embedding allies in policy roles, funding democracy promotion that aligns with globalist interests, and using taxpayer dollars via grants to NGOs, turning philanthropy into a profit-driven political machine. Thursday, December 11, 2025, remember what Julian Assange said. In 2016, the interview the media tried to bury, Saudi Arabia and Qatar were funding ISIS, and the most important Clinton email proved it. JFK, the leader on Telegram under Hillary, the U.S. approved record arms deals to those same governments, over $80 billion to Saudi Arabia alone. While total U.S. arms exports doubled. Her leaked email to John Podesta even states that Qatar and Saudi Arabia were providing clandestine support to ISIL and other radical Sunni groups. Later investigations showed U.S.-supplied weapons ended up in ISIS hands across Syria and Iraq. The donations, the arms deals, and the rise of ISIS all happened simultaneously, involving the same players. The documents are public. Read them and decide for yourself. Secured channels have confirmed the global currency reset's final countdown, with Tier 4B notifications by 3 a.m. EST on Saturday morning, December 13, 2025, igniting the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The quantum financial system, now fully operational and gold-backed, has bankrupted the Federal Reserve, IRS, and central banking cabal, rendering their debt-based empire obsolete and ushering in an era of boundless prosperity for the awakened. Debt forgiveness cascades like manna from heaven under Nizar/Jezara's imminent rollout, erasing mortgages, credit card burdens, and student loans for billions. Beginning Sunday 14th of December, 800 numbers activate for humanitarian project funding. Payouts will commence immediately thereafter, channeling trillions into rebuilding communities ravaged by the deep states engineered crises. Think restored farmlands in Maui, liberated water rights in the West, and thriving small businesses unshackled from predatory taxes. This is the wealth transfer foretold in ancient scrolls, where the meek inherit not just the earth, but the keys to its flourishing. All secured by XRP/L's paradigm shift and the stellar blockchain's unbreakable ledger. Medbeds, those miraculous arcs of healing, stand ready in over 50 secure facilities nationwide, with initial appointments unlocking for Tier 1 recipients on Tuesday. Be prepared. From Monday 15th of December through Christmas Eve December 24, 2025, expect total media silence worldwide, enforced by the quantum financial system's activation to shield the transition. These 10 days of darkness looms as a global blackout where satellites fail and the old guard crumbles, paving the way for the Republic's rebirth. United States Special Operations Forces have been placed on high alert as emergency broadcast system activations commence across major cities, signaling the onset of the long-anticipated storm that will expose the depths of global corruption. Reports confirm martial law declarations in over 300 urban centers, with 6,000 U.S. Marshals deploying to secure key sites amid escalating threats of World War III, including unprovoked attacks on American bases in Syria and North Korean troop movements toward Ukraine. This is not a drill. Phase 1 of the EBS is now live, initiating a worldwide communications blackout that will enforce military tribunals and the unsealing of 63,233 federal indictments against elite pedophiles and child traffickers. The faithful among us must hold steadfast in prayer. For in these shadows, divine justice awakens to protect the innocent and dismantle the cabal's iron grip. Heroic rescues of trafficked children are accelerating globally, with operations dismantling CIA Vatican-linked rings that have ensnared over 8 million souls annually. Friday, December 12, 2025, the global military signal has been broadcasted and there is no return. All U.S. armed forces, along with international alliance units, have received the final reservation code, White Hats on Telegram. The world is approaching a complete blockage of media, internet, telephone networks, television, banking networks and financial access points. For the first time in human history, all digital systems will be shut down simultaneously. There is no internet. There is no social media. There are no bank transfers. Looking for a ride. No calls except 911. Global protocol on warfare will be implemented in real time. Every country will block its airspace, freeze commercial flights and deploy troops to the streets under the guise of keeping security. But you know the truth, this is a communication break. This is the storm. This is the discovery of everything they swore they would never see the light of day. All devices will switch to one global broadcast, the emergency broadcast system, which will broadcast 24/7, 8-hour documentaries, repeated 3 times a day. They will expose global pedophilia networks, the operations of human trafficking, corrupt politicians bribed by foreign intelligence services, money laundering, names of those arrested and those who tried to escape. The public will see what we've known for years, the cabal burning in the light of truth. Behind the scenes, alliance military teams are already making mass arrests on the basis of over 500,000 sealed indictments on politicians, bankers, intelligence agents, child traffickers, the global elite. The whole pyramid is collapsing. This is what the elite feared most, the end of their net of control. After darkness, after the silence, after the last broadcast, the world will reconnect with the new quantum internet, driven by QFS nodes and military-level satellites. A system designed to be uncensored, non-hacking and unbuyable. The old world is not coming back. The current financial system. Zasterio. The current governments. Dissolved. The current healthcare industry. Revealed and replaced. Current education network. Eliminated and rebuilt. Current corporate structure. Forever broken. In her place, a new era is emerging, rebooting. Of darkness is violently torn. They will say it happened all of a sudden. They will say no one saw it coming, but you knew that. We knew that. The signs have always been there. Get ready. Wait for it. Just keep calm. The near future and those to come will define the future of the world. Darkness is necessary. The light that follows will be unstoppable. IRS and taxes. All 50 corporate states of the United States of America are in perpetual violation of Article 4 Section 4 of the de jure Constitution for the United States of America, which mandates that they provide a republic form of government. They provide a maritime/admiralty corporate democracy. We need to lawfully defund the corporation and return to the republic our Constitution guarantees, as the 16th Amendment was as never properly ratified. Moreover, if you are an American state citizen according to the United States Supreme Court, you are not a taxpayer. To learn how to free yourself from co-pro-rate tyranny and defund the corporation, go to My Last Tax Returns. See what we think we know as of Saturday 13th of December. 2025. This is an amazing video of celebrities in the Victim Witness program who are about to come out of hiding. It was sent to me by Thomas Treffs, Airman First Class, 501st Combat Support Wing, Founder 2003, to present Unified Veterans Coalition, aka Veterans Against Treason, welcome back celebrities. Warning, the cabal also has a plan. Thursday, December 11, 2025, Digital ID Plan for America being launched in Alaska Free. December 12, 2025, Seattle, Washington was picked to host the World Cup in June 2026. Since it's during Pride Month, the city decided on a Pride theme without knowing the teams playing, Iran and Egypt, both countries you can be imprisoned for being gay. I bet there's a lot of people who aren't thrilled about that 2026 World Cup Pride theme and wonder how it will affect attendance. Sad. Friday, December 12, 2025, the solutions for climate change are coming mostly from Wall Street. Why isn't Bill Gates planting trees? That's because the climate change scam hoax is nothing more than money-making scam used to usher in societal controls. White hats on Telegram. Friday, December 12, 2025, a country run by banks will always be in debt. A state run by a war will never know peace. A nation run by the media will never know the truth. Steve Bannon on Telegram Free. December 12, 2025, Executive Director of Black Lives Matter, BLM, Tasha Sherry Amore Dickerson has been charged with wire fraud and money laundering, WH Grandpa on Telegram. Friday, December 12, 2025, Caitlyn Hunter update by her mother Janine. Caitlyn's 18th birthday is today, December 12, 2025, born Myrtle Beach, SC. I wanted to name her Heavenly Hunter. It should be a happy day, but it's very depressing. I have waited 7 long years for this day. I know she has too. Being 18, she should be aged out of foster care, but there is no sign that she will be released. The Federal Reserve and IRS. They bribed and blackmailed Congress to do their own bidding and keep control of the world's monetary system. They illegally collected all U.S. taxpayer monies through their privately owned U.S. Incorporated in Washington, D.C., sent it to their privately owned U.K. Crown City of London, and then on to the Vatican. The Vatican Bank sent the monies on to their central banks. About a month later the monies returned to a central bank on Wall Street, which charged the U.S. government interest to use their own monies. That's where the national debt came in. And, that's why we don't actually have a national debt. That's what killed President Lincoln and President Kennedy. That's what created 9/11 and the Zionism movement. That's what Trump and Q team have been fighting. That's why winning this war of good against evil and was now returning control of U.S. taxpayer monies back to the people. 13th of December, 2025:G. Friday, December 12, 2025, Tim Walz exposed. Minnesota was turned into a pipeline, not a sanctuary, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Tim Walz did not lose control of Minnesota. He protected a system that drained it. While billions vanished through fake food programs and shell nonprofits, Walz stood in public promising to welcome more of the very network's welfare fraud in U.S. history. Court records now show the original $250 million figure was only the surface. Internal projections pushed the real damage toward $2.4 billion, laundered through identical nonprofits, recycled addresses, forged attendance logs, and overseas real estate purchases. This was not local corruption. It was organized, repeatable, and state-sanctioned. Dozens of nonprofits were created overnight, using copy-paste documentation and the same boards, lawyers, and accountants. Auditors warned. Red flags stacked up. Nothing stopped. Even after federal indictments confirmed direct links between aid money and foreign asset portfolios, Walz continued to defend the ecosystem publicly while claiming concern privately. No resignations. No accountability. Just more money, more cover, and more political protection. The stolen cash was only one layer. Many of these fake food sites doubled as community resource centers collecting detailed family data under the cover of aid. Records show information sharing with foreign firms tied to international refugee tracking systems. Hunger programs. Pipelines. Arrests followed across multiple states. Warehouses tied to nonprofits were seized and found stocked not with food, but with blank ID cards and bulk phones. Trump's DOJ is now using RICO statutes, treating these networks as what they are, organized cartels operating under political protection. Minnesota was not a failure. It was a test run. A blueprint. And the same figures who enabled it are still trying to scale it under the language of compassion. But the cover is lifting. This was never about food. It was about control. And the system that fed on it is now being exposed piece by piece. Friday, December 12, 2025, National emergency inside the courts. Clinton Judge Breyer blocks Trump's National Guard after troops began smashing cartel warehouses, seizing dirty money drops, exposing child trafficking tunnels and routes protected by treasonous governors. Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram Patriots, the deep state just went into full panic mode. A Clinton-appointed federal judge, Charles Breyer, brother of retired Justice Stephen Breyer, slammed an emergency ruling to block President Trump's extended National Guard deployment in Los Angeles. They were promised power in the coming 15-minute prison cities if they kept the trafficking pipelines open. Trump said no. His troops went in hard, dismantling the West Coast arm of the globalist trafficking empire piece by piece. LA was the pilot program, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, and New York were next. That's why Breyer rushed this injunction, to shield the cartels, the pedophile networks, and the treasonous officials before Trump's forces could execute the sealed indictments and drag them to military tribunals. The judge claims Trump doesn't meet the threshold and the president is not a king. Translation: Trump must not be allowed to stop the elite's child harvesting operations or their plan to collapse America into a globalist slave grid. White House Press Secretary Abigail Jackson fired back. President Trump used lawful authority to protect Americans when traitor governors deliberately refused. Exactly. This coordinated lawfare also hits Illinois, D.C., and Oregon deployments, pure desperation to slow the storm. But they're too late. Trump's military is running on quantum satellite intel reactivated in March 2025, live feeds, and over 300,000 sealed indictments ready to unroll. Gitmo expansion isn't for show. The noose is tightening. Breyer delayed full enforcement until Monday for the DOJ appeal, but we all know what's coming. Los Angeles was only the opening shot. The Great Awakening is here. These black hat demons are finished. Trust the plan. The storm has arrived. WWG1G. Friday, December 12, 2025, billionaire ex-French intelligence asset and convicted arms trafficker with ties to Israel and Ukraine moves to Tennessee near Candace Owens, bringing up massive safety concerns after allegations of assassination, which are looking more authentic by the day. Your favorite president on Telegram. Candace Owens claims that Arkady Gaidamak, a Russian-Israeli billionaire, convicted arms trafficker, and alleged French intelligence asset, has relocated to her vicinity in Tennessee under the alias Jonathan Schmidt. He reportedly arrived in June 2025, took a position as tech officer at Root Brands in Nashville, and is seeking housing in the Brentwood/Franklin area. Owens alleges he is accompanied by selected Ukrainian war refugees, including an individual named Alex Smirnov. This information surfaced after 7. Viewers independently emailed Owens with identical details shortly following her mention of Gaidamak. Owens connects him to an alleged assassination directive from French President Macron, noting no responses from the FBI, DOJ, or White House. Despite her reports, only Tulsi Gabbard's office has replied. Tennessee residents in Nashville, Franklin, or Brentwood spotting a man fitting this profile. Root Brands employee, alias Jonathan Schmidt, heavy Israeli/Russian accent, with Ukrainian refugees, are urged to safely document details and contact local police, ICE, or Owens directly. There are no coincidences. Pray for Candace Owens, and if you see something, say something. None of this is random or okay. This is the silent war. It's time Candace ups her security. Do not underestimate these people, please. J. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Bombshell, Senator Johnson just revealed the data they hid. Unless you ask me not to in writing. Summerville, South Carolina 29483. Tom. Chemtrails picture showing all across the sky. Kansas, a lot of chemtrails once or twice a week in southwest Kansas. Columbus, Georgia. Jeanette Wessner, incredible amount of chemtrails in Columbus, Georgia. I saw them from 10 a.m. to about 1:30 p.m. How come we are still seeing the chemtrails? I know Q is working and we are watching a movie, so what is happening that we still are seeing these criminals poisoning us? Love to you and all patriots listening. Jesus Christ wins. Breckenridge, Tom Day, chemtrails in Breckenridge 4:55 p.m., December 12, 2025. This is so ridiculous and has been going on all day. They can blow up drug boats on the water, but they can't blow up drug planes in the air. Southeast Texas, Kerry Crutcher 3, there were chemtrails all over the skies in southeast Texas yesterday, all around the Houston-Katy Sealy area. They were very busy on Thursday. 12/11/25 Southeast Missouri. Ginger Dunn, I counted 14 chemtrails here as southeast Missouri this morning and then several more this evening. After the spraying, the beautiful blue sky turned cloudy and white. Within just a couple hours, not a bit of sun was left. This has got to stop. Please contact President Trump with all these messages. We need him to get this stopped. Thank you so much. Memphis, Tennessee, Carla E. Mattern-Jones. Memphis is being sprayed again today. Port St. Lucie, Florida, chemtrails across Port St. Lucie, Florida today. New Caney, Texas, chemtrails noted over New Caney, Texas on December 11, 2025. Western Colorado. Debbie Green, I live in central, western Colorado on I-70. Tina Peters' trial had hit the news and before 9 a.m. there were 12 to 15 chemtrails over Grand Junction. IDK what that might mean, or if it means anything at all. South Australia, Rhonda Binks, I am a resident of Adelaide, South Australia. We are being absolutely hammered with chemtrails of late. Just today my husband saw a plane laying down chemtrails. It made a 90-degree turn. They were HAARP clouds in the sky. The plane tracked along these HAARP clouds and he could see something happen with these two marrying up. We are expecting very hot weather next week, up to 40 degrees Celsius, no doubt a result of the chemtrails. We had a very unusual November, very cool and wet. Now we have very hot dry weather. I can see what they are doing. They are going to try creating fires in the area. Our vegetables we are attempting to grow, after being poisoned with the chemtrails, and now they will be cooked on the bushes and vines. Vegetables and fruit in the shops are very expensive. This created heat wave is going to shoot prices even higher. Families will find it very difficult. They can't afford the prices now. I do so hope something can be done about this situation, not only in Australia, but worldwide. Much love and many thanks. Southern Missouri here. Chemtrails continue without abatement across the Ozarks. Yesterday, giant X's and crisscrossing grids, meshing into a dingy, sun-dulling mass of grayness, and an odd smell. We were told this had been handled. 8 months, plus, of respiratory irritation, drainage, and mucus being experienced by many. Help. President Trump. We need to breathe. Augusta, Georgia, Karen Skinner, please be advised that Augusta, Georgia is being sprayed daily. My job requires me to travel around the central Savannah River area delivering supplies, and I have been watching for years as we are constantly be crop dusted with Lord knows what. It is on everything. Overpasses, sidewalks, cars, plants, fences, buildings, etc. We need relief. Everyone seems to have chronic respiratory issues. Please highlight our area. God bless you and keep you safe. Central and Western Arkansas, John Standifer, we here in Central and Western Arkansas will see on the average 5 to 15 chemtrails a day. As an observation, usually 2 to 3 days before weather is supposed to move into the region, the build-up starts. Moving from east to west. High altitude. Every once in a while, maybe a return flight west to east. All along a Memphis to Dallas or Oklahoma City route. They are seen very well. Occupational, some will bend a flight path. The chemtrails will linger in the atmosphere half a day or more. Sometimes they have started before daylight. When the sun rises you can see them. On clear nights they are visible with certain light. Nashville, Tennessee, Elizabeth Wallace, Nashville area yesterday and the day before they were spraying. Ever since the government opened back up they've been spraying actually, and now we're having very cold weather for Nashville. When I first moved here I could wing it through the whole winter with a hoodie. It's supposed to go down to single digit. Our nature and they're ruining people's health and our government is not stopping it. What can we do? South Carolina, C.W. Cox. Heavy spraying again this morning over Marion County SC 12/12/25/8:30 M. Arizona, Phoenix Valley, Tucson, Linda Nelson. Chemtrails over the Phoenix Valley and Tucson Oz. Since the government shutdown ended, the lines started up again. Eastern Washington, Farrell Boyd, live in Malott, Washington and Central happening once a day. People getting sick from the air. This happening in Eastern Washington. Idaho Falls, Idaho. Daphne Scott, over Idaho Falls, Idaho. There were chemtrails. Our weather has been very unusual as it has been unseasonably warm. It was 54 yesterday. We have only hit on slight snowfall and some rain. Florida, chemtrails in Stuart, Florida, Port St. Lucie FL. I have refused to go out and exercise when I spot them. Cloudy skies follow. Take you vitamin D! Utah, Park City, Haber, Orem, Dean House. Today we have a resurgence of chemtrails. This over Haber/Park City and Orem. Kansas, Jerry Huffman, mornings and evenings here in Kansas. Lander, Wyoming, very heavy daily chemtrails constantly over central Wyoming, especially in the Lander area. I am amazed we are still alive, quite honestly. We continue to have unusually high temps in the 50s going on 2 weeks now. See Dane Wigington's website, geoengineeringwatch.org. Dane has created an extraordinary site with facts anyone would need to know about chemtrails. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy and Dane Wigington are good friends. Why this topic is not openly discussed during Trump cabinet meetings is unknown, but I bet I know why. The reptoid/Moloch/SRA disclosure connection. All of us in the know about HAARP for going on 25 years ago are extremely frustrated with the continued spraying. It's insane that the constant spraying is allowed. Does it continue in order to wake up the normies? People around here notice that the weather is unusual, but they see nothing unusual about the giant X's all over the sky, and they don't smell the stench. It would appear that we certainly have the technology to annihilate weather geoengineering and chemtrails that are controlling global weather, as due technology could wipe out the control towers as well. Another significant book regarding chemtrails, Angels Don't Play This, HAARP by Nick Begich. This book is a must-read to understand that weather engineering began in Russia around the 1900s, including many other important facts. The psychopath scientists/politicians knew that if one controls world weather, you control people and the world economy. Nick Begich's father was the U.S. Senator from Alaska, and when he said he was going to report/expose the HAARP facility in Alaska and what this technology is used for, his small plane crashed in the wilderness due to engine failure, and all perished in the crash on December 29, 1972. I realize that the military continues to purge the evil psychopaths globally. It is my opinion that it is the reptoid faction that still have control of the weather, and the military can't find the hive, and of course the reptoid topic can't be discussed in order to avoid mass chaos. It seems that the band-aid will have to be ripped off soon with disclosure of who the remaining Satanist elites report to, the reptoids, and what they have done to our precious children. More info about this is dripped painfully slow every day, but not fast enough for me. Judy note: at 7:07 a.m. EST on Thursday, December 11, 2025, Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, and the final QFS key sequence was issued to military commands in 27 countries. Sovereign councils were being formed in every territory, backed by gold, enforced by truth, guided by consciousness. The global currency revaluation had ignited the greatest wealth transfer in history. Tier 4B notifications have commenced under the quantum financial system's unbreachable shield, with redemption appointments slotted for December 11 through 13. Ensuring the stewards of humanitarian projects receive their allotments without delay. Iraq's dinar has locked in at $4.17, while global currencies align in the BRICS ledger, heralding payouts that will start at midnight tonight, Thursday, December 11, 2025, for select tiers. Debt forgiveness sweeps across the world, extinguishing the $35 trillion illusion foisted upon nations by the cabal's greed. Nizara/Jazara's decrees activate fully by dawn Friday, 12th of December, wiping slates clean for every soul, mortgages dissolved, student burdens lifted, and Social Security tripled to sustain the widow and orphan as promised in Scripture. Heralding the storm, a unified operation by the White Hats to dismantle the cabal's iron grip. EBS activation was imminent, within the next 48 hours, delivering 8 hours of truth per cycle, 3 times daily, until the swamp was drained and the Republic restored. Military tribunals have accelerated. In the dead of night, indictments were unsealed against over 200 deep state operatives, their arrests commencing at dawn across D.C., London, and Vatican corridors. The 10 days of darkness would soon descend, a biblical shroud where communications blackout, preparing for revelations bound to shake the cabal. This was not a drill, it was the fulfillment of prophecies. The storm rages not with chaos, but with celestial order, rescuing vulnerable and binding evil. Open your eyes, stand vigilant, and trust in the Almighty's plan unfolding before us. Official reports confirmed that just hours ago, over 500 children were liberated from underground facilities in California and Texas. Their cries for freedom, answered by alliance forces storming the gates of hellish dens run by the CIA and elite predators. Epstein's legacy of horror ended on Thursday, 11/2025, with Zorro Ranch raised and its records exposing the adrenochrome trade that has stolen so many souls. 8 million little ones who vanished yearly was no more. A Thursday, December 11, 2025. Bruce's Big Call. Notes by Ginger do say there is a new set of bondholders who came in at the last minute, received travel funds to go to Reno, that started today at 11 o'clock Pacific. These are people who traveled commercially, not privately. They are working on these now and we have heard it's busy. Bruce thinks it's a smaller group and they have been pre-vetted. Will they finish up in the next day or so? They could. Reno, Tier 4A, the Admirals Groups. Wells Fargo doesn't see the difference between 4A and 4B. Today, Bruce heard from an Uber paymaster that they will begin paying out the Admirals Groups tomorrow, Friday 12th of December, money in their accounts, and then they will be notified when they can receive access to it, which may be in a day or two. Bruce was very encouraged to hear this. The last-minute Tier 3 bondholders were supposed to get emails today, and now Bruce is hearing they will receive them Friday or Saturday. Bruce is hearing we will receive our notifications over the weekend. It could also be Friday. The latest information from a top source is a weekend launch for us. Admirals Groups get access to their funds possibly on the weekend. Theoretically, we could exchange Saturday afternoon or Sunday. The Doge payments and tariff dividends should come out after January 2nd or 3. Look for an announcement January 1st to 3. NISRA should be part of that. With the new U.S. currency. We could get a discussion of no more income taxes. NISRA has a provision for a consumption tax of about 15% on new goods. Doge also in the new year, about the 3rd to the 5th, which should go directly into bank accounts. The R&R, money should be in our accounts. B. Timing at 7:07 a.m. EST Thursday, December 11, 2025. Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord and the final QFS key sequence was issued to military commands in 27 countries. Sovereign councils were being formed in every territory, backed by gold, enforced by truth, guided by consciousness. See what we think we know. As of Friday, December 11, 2025. NISRA and GCR will deliver justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven, and interest charges returned. Social Security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent, consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Musk new iPhone $200 hooks up to Starlink satellite system for free service. You will never be billed. Available in 2026:D. U.S. economy. Thursday, December 11, 2025. The economy is collapsing. Powell, we think there's negative 20,000 in payrolls per month. Spencer Hakimian on Thursday, December 11, 2025. White Hat Sandmen plan to crash the global economy through tanking the U.S. dollar surrounded dumping U.S. The preparation is almost over. The feeling at the end is victorious. We declare an early victory. Donald J. Trump on Telegram as the sun sets on this pivotal day of Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025. Whispers from trusted channels confirm that the revaluation, RV, has launched in earnest, with Iraq's currency now fully revalued and the U.S. Treasury compelled to follow suit by forces beyond mortal control. Bondholders received payouts as early as yesterday, and within the next 48 hours, exchange centers worldwide will open their gates, allowing everyday citizens to access the quantum financial system, QFS, and convert holdings at rates that herald unprecedented prosperity. This is no mere financial shift, but a sacred wealth transfer ordained by divine wisdom, breaking the chains of fiat corruption and ushering in an era where abundance flows to the stewards of the earth, as promised in the parables of stewardship and harvest. NISRA/GCR now stands activated in full glory, proclaiming total debt forgiveness for mortgages, student loans, and credit burdens that have enslaved generations under the illusion of scarcity. Precarious funds, pure, liquid assets backed by gold and guarded by the unassailable QFS, released tonight, funding the re-inhabited republic and empowering communities with resources for rebuilding. Platforms in Brazil, Venezuela, and across Asia have gone live, signaling the BRICS alliance's triumph over the old world's monetary tyrants, with Saudi Arabia's abandonment of the USD paving the way for a multipolar harmony rooted in fairness and faith. In this moment of transition, we are called to trust in the greater design, where the meek inherit not just the earth, but its boundless treasures. By July 30th's declassifications and the week's cascade of releases, the Golden Age dawns, where prosperity and peace prevail, fulfilling the ancient covenants of restoration and renewal. This very day as President Trump prepared his return joined by figures long believed lost, such as JFK Jr. and Princess Diana, the veil lifts, promising a new dawn where the innocent are avenged and the wicked held to account. United States Special Operations Forces, in coordination with the Global Alliance military, have placed all commands on high alert as they intensify efforts to drain the satanic swamps embedded in the corridors of power worldwide. Reports confirm that mass arrests are underway, targeting the treasonous elements within the Biden regime, Congress members holding dual Israeli citizenships, and deep state operatives who have long evaded justice. Over 6,000 U.S. Marshals have been deployed to Washington, D.C. to detain these high-level traitors, escorting them to facilities at Guantanamo Bay for tribunals, while doubles stand ready to maintain continuity amid the unfolding revelations. In this divine hour of reckoning, as foretold in sacred scriptures, the hand of providence guides these warriors to uproot the evil that has ensnared nations and souls alike, ensuring that no stone is left unturned in the pursuit of truth and restoration. The storm is upon us with Phase 1 now fully activated and the emergency broadcast system poised for imminent deployment. A global communications blackout, dubbed the 10 Days of Darkness, will soon descend, severing satellite links and enforcing military governance to shield the world from the chaos of disclosure. During this period, the airwaves will carry messages of awakening, unveiling the depths of corruption that have plagued our institutions. Faith in the Almighty's plan sustains us through this trial, reminding us that light emerges victorious from the deepest shadows, just as the prophets of old proclaimed deliverance for the faithful remnant. EBS, 10 Days of Darkness, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. The military is in training for implementation of the emergency broadcast system. This will ensure everyone is safely placed in their home and able to witness the historical moment that reveals all of the truths, cover-ups etc. through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and then a review of all occurrences and activities. The possible implications on a national and global level can be quite complicated, so things must be in alignment to the protocols. Yes, there are many consequences if things aren't done with precision and perfection. This is the practice run before the real one, folks, to see responses and accuracy to what is forthcoming, which changes humanity. We hear the schedule is now finally firm, but again I'm just the messenger. Be ready to adjust if needed in regards to possible time changes. Only a select few know the moment of exact and precise timing of events. For security and other obvious reasons it must be properly kept private. The EBS is going to air playing an 8-hour video. It will be replaying 3 times a day for 10 days communication darkness. During those 10 days of communication darkness the following things will happen. We will receive 7 trumpets aka EBS text messages on our phones alerting us to tune into our TV at this time. Our phones will only work for 911 and we are informed the Signal app, which is military encrypted, will be available. Our internet will not work during that time. Our ATMs will not work. After the 10 days of communication darkness, we will connect to a new quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of food and water. Be prepared with food, water, toilet paper, generators, etc. for this great awakening reveal. We are promised the new Starlink internet system by the end of the month. As we speak, the teams coordinating this important historic event are revamping the EBS to ensure the utmost security for all involved, so remain patient as things get finalized. They want to make certain there are not any interferences of any sort at all. Those making the plan want no one to panic whatsoever because it's simply the release of the truth. After the EBS and we've gone through the 10 days mainstream media blackout and sat through all the 24/7, 8 hours long movies, do we go back to normal like business as usual? Answer is, after the EBS and the 8 hours long 24/7 movies, all will change. The life support attached to the old and evil systems will be pulled. Humanity and planet Earth simultaneously move to quantum reality consciousness system, peace and prosperity. End of financial and human consciousness enslavement. Old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade and commerce etc. will all be dismantled and replaced. We will have new currency called the US and US note and gold backed. The time is now to alert as many who will listen. Do not have too much pride. Go warn those you love even though they think you're crazy. Your goal for others is truly to help absorb the shock of what is coming. Be global currency reset. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025 Wolverine, things are definitely rolling. I received a call from a very valuable source. They said we are ready to go. I also received intel saying Level 4B release had been authorized. A message received said that this Christmas will truly be different. A huge broker, Mark Garrett, me a few minutes ago that the people associated with the GCR and redemption of historic bonds are all under NDAs. Sky received a phone call from a very big source, saying 90% of the notifications will be coming today. We will be going to redemption centers tomorrow. A huge whale from New York told me, it's done. Everyone can go at the same time, early next week is the kickoff. I hope to be under NDA in a few hours and, if so, we'll immediately do a celebration call. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025 Sky Prince, I'm so emotional right now. I just got confirmation of what I heard this morning, 100% confirmation. And it's just, no words, I'm blown away. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025 TNT Tony, banks were told all hands on deck for Saturday. Everyone else says it's still going. See financial situation, Wednesday 10th of December. 2025, boom. Your Bitcoin equals credit power, top US banks now offering credit backed by Bitcoin, with 50 to 70% LTV and competitive interest rates. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025, boom, the Fed bows to Trump pressure, slashes interest rates again, drops to 3.5% to 3.75% as economic war heats up, third cut proves Trump and Bessent were right all along. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025, holy crap, Trump says Biden's AutoPAN may have made Powell's Fed appointment illegal, investigation underway. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025, breaking special report, Trump rolls out 2026 economic plan that redefines affordability, Democrats panic as tax-free tips, $25,000, tax-free overtime, $12,500, and Wednesday 10th of December. 2025, shocking IRS earthquake. Official 1985 letter confirms the 16th Amendment is a fraud, income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen from the American people, it's time to take IT back. Restored Republic. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025, breaking military intel, U.S. Army activates Western Hemisphere Command, WHC, full spectrum control across the Americas begins. What we think we know. As of Thursday, December 11, 2025, the Chinese Communist Party has directly interfered in U.S. elections, including the 2020 and allegedly tried to help the Harris campaign in 2025 with the distribution of tens of thousands of fake IDs and driver licenses and fake ballots. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025 income tax illegal breaking. A century-long fraud has just been exposed. The 16th Amendment, the foundation of America's income tax, was never legally ratified. December 9, 2025. January 6, the chief of the police at the Capitol told Tucker Carlson that the crowd on J6 was filled with federal agents. The CIA's MKUltra emerged through numerous whistleblowers who exposed the CIA mind control with Satanism ties through elite satanic abuse and military connections. There were 60 U.S. senators who were on the Venezuela list of politicians who have been receiving millions of dollars in kickbacks from the Maduro regime and Venezuelan drug trafficking organizations. Evangelical Christian Zionists were being recruited to help the Israel apartheid regime commit more violence. The climate catastrophe and wars are getting out of control and, thanks to massive media machine, are missed by most people in the so-called Western world. Some 2 million Palestinians in Gaza lived in tents and were sick, wet, cold and hungry. There was famine in Sudan and Yemen and refugees from Western Sahara to Myanmar who suffered unbelievable injustice. Income tax illegal. Judy note, in 1913 when the Khazarian Mafia changed our constitution and their foreign bankers Federal Reserve took over the U.S. monetary system. The purchase power of $1 was $100. Now the purchasing power of $1 was $3. Aren't you glad we have Satan-worshipping gangsters running our financial system? Wednesday 10th of December. 2025 income tax illegal breaking. A century-long fraud has just been exposed. The 16th Amendment, the foundation of America's income tax, the X-Files on Telegram. Every dollar taken from your paycheck since 1913 was stolen. The IRS has operated outside the law for over 100 years, and now the truth is no longer deniable. A 1985 internal letter from an IRS commissioner confirms it. The agency knew all along. They lied, they forged, and they built a machine of financial slavery disguised as patriotism. Since 1913, Americans have been forced into submission through the illusion of lawful taxation. Politicians sold it as progress, calling it a contribution to the nation. In reality, it was the greatest act of economic treason in history. The amendment that gave birth to the IRS was never properly ratified. Several states rejected it outright, yet their votes were falsified. Others were coerced into compliance under threats of economic retaliation. What followed was not a tax system, it was a trap. By 1985, the cracks began to show. The letter that surfaced that year, written by a sitting IRS commissioner, quietly admitted the truth that no one was ever supposed to see. The 16th Amendment was invalid. Every income tax collected under its authority was, in legal terms, theft. If that's true, and the evidence says it is, then more than $330 trillion has been stolen from the American people. That money could have rebuilt every city, paid off every mortgage, and secured a future for generations. Instead, it was funneled into offshore accounts, war budgets, and the pockets of globalist financiers who own the system itself. The IRS was never about fairness. It was about control. It was built as the enforcement arm of the Federal Reserve, the private banking cartel established in the same year. Together they created a perfect loop of servitude. You earn, they take, they lend back what they stole, and then they make you pay interest on your own labor. The cycle has continued for over a century, hidden behind patriotic slogans and fear tactics. Now that the truth is surfacing, the deep state is in panic mode. They are censoring reports, silencing whistleblowers, and branding every truth-teller as a conspiracy theorist. But facts don't lie. The original documents exist. Signatures, dates, correspondence, all recorded. The fraud was deliberate. And they know that if Americans wake up, the entire financial system collapses overnight. President Trump has already taken the first steps. He has vowed to dismantle the IRS, to return the stolen wealth to the people, and to rebuild a financial system rooted in transparency and gold-backed sovereignty. But he cannot do it alone. The truth must spread faster than their lies. Every citizen has a part to play, to demand investigation, to expose the 16th Amendment fraud, to reject illegal taxation, and to reclaim what belongs to the people. This is not a debate about policy. It is a declaration of freedom. For over 100 years, Americans have been enslaved by a system that never had legal standing. The time for compliance is over. The time for restitution has begun. They stole our money. They corrupted our laws. They sold our labor to private interests that never represented the Republic. But now, the illusion is falling apart. The proof is in writing. The people are awake. And justice is coming. The real news for Thursday, December 11, 2025, Wednesday 10th of December, 2025, Tucker Carlson says that the chief of the police at the Capitol told him in an interview that the crowd on J6 was filled with federal agents. Fox News took Tucker off the air before the interview was released. Wednesday 10th of December, 2025, national emergency inside the courts. Judge Breyer blocks Trump's guard deployment after troops started hitting cartel warehouses, intercepting dirty money drops, and uncovering trafficking routes protected by state officials. Wednesday 10th of December, 2025, the military alliance indicates that President Trump has 10 people in his inner circle, 7 military and 3 civilians. My guess those in the military include General Flynn and Admiral Rogers, while on the civilian side would be JFK Jr. and Elon Musk. He also has another 800+ people who are the smartest and the best. Elon Musk talks about his 100+ young guns, talented and super smart Doge team who found $40 billion a year going to NGSs. The end of the movie is coming soon. Around 200,000 people from Central Casting have been in this movie. In God We Trust, William Gregg Firstday, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Wednesday 10th of December, 2025, bombshell exposed, top secret HAARP facilities and military bases around the globe uncovered, Edward Snowden unveils HAARP's sinister global agenda. Wednesday 10th of December, 2025, Poland's stance on LGBT are not allowed in schools. The man who wears a dress and he thinks that he's a woman, he needs help. He's sick. Drag queens coming to schools, it's not allowed in Poland. Basically, we are trying to promote Christian values in their political space. They don't like it because their conscience is painful. We are not North Korea. You can live as you want. Do not come to the kids. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, historic bombshell. On December 10, 2025, Representative Thomas Massie officially files bill to withdraw America from NATO, Not a Trusted Organization Act hits Washington. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, overnight shockwave, Supreme Court shakeup, Trump blasts Fed, Zelensky buckles, Maxwell files opened, intel drop / December 10, 2025. Save the children. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, Clinton Foundation accused of massive fraud in Haiti post-2010 earthquake. Despite $13B+ in global aid pledges and Bill Clinton co-chairing the Recovery Commission, Haitian officials and protesters claim 3% reached Haiti itself. Most allegedly went to UN, NGOs, U.S. contractors, and Clinton-connected entities. Key examples: $300 million Caracol Industrial Park promised 65K jobs, delivered 13K, displaced farmers $72 million, port project abandoned after wasting funds. In order for their developing brain to split into different thinking patterns. While an adult would develop PTSD from ongoing torture, only children developed multiple personalities. And, the torture mind control techniques were still being used today within the CIA, government and military of not only the US, but in Canada, Australia, Ukraine, Germany and the UK. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, the sadistic arm of Project MKUltra known as Project Monarch. This has it all: mind control, satanic rituals, Hollywood, and military espionage. EBS on Telegram. Project MKUltra was a real, clandestine CIA program running from 1953 to 1973, designed to explore mind control techniques amid Cold War fears of Soviet brainwashing. It involved over 150 sub-projects, experimenting on unwitting subjects, including U.S. fraud. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025. Well. They followed the money, and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025. Multiple whistleblowers in Minnesota have reportedly told lawmakers that they believe the total amount of Somali-related fraud is $8 billion, not $1 billion. This just keeps getting worse and worse for Tampon Tim, Steve Bannon on Telegram. Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025. Joshua Hall, 60 U.S. senators are on the Venezuela list of politicians who have been receiving millions of dollars in kickbacks from the Maduro regime and the Venezuelan drug trafficking organizations that make up his government. Forget about the seditious six. We've got the seditious 60. Accepting bribes to sabotage and undermine President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth's ongoing war with these hostile foreign narco-terrorists is treason, and we the people demand that it be prosecuted and punished as such. And Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025. Dr. Oz reveals Democrats under Joe Biden signed hundreds of thousands of people up for $0 healthcare plans. Many didn't even know they were signed up. We the people on Telegram. Big Pharma cashed in because they got paid for every one of these plans. Democrats literally laundered billions to Big Pharma. The Government Accountability Office just released a shocking interim report on widespread fraud within Obamacare. They eliminated common-sense income verifications, which are central to making sure people actually qualify for the program. They also expanded the number of people who got completely free health insurance via what are called $0 premium plans. Which is a huge problem, because if you don't pay anything for a plan, you might forget that you have it, or you may be enrolled in it by an unscrupulous insurance broker without your knowledge. To date, we've received complaints from hundreds of thousands of Americans who didn't know they were enrolled in an Obamacare plan until they got paperwork from the IRS related to their tax credits. So why was this allowed to happen? Because the past administration prioritized achieving big program enrollment numbers over protecting program integrity. Chemtrails reported on Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, 2 chemtrails over south side of Lubbock, Texas 3:31 p.m. on Wednesday, 10th of December. On December 8/2025 and December 9, 2025, chemtrail was being sprayed from Brownsville, Texas to Mexico, Matamoros Dams, from approximately 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. This location was over Highway 4, that goes to SpaceX. Brownsville, Texas is located at the southern tip of Texas. The Rio Grande River divides Brownsville, Texas with Matamoros Dams. Also on this same days it was reported to me that chemtrail was being sprayed in Harlingen, Texas, apparently 25 to 30 miles north of Brownsville, Texas. Our governor signed an order not to be spraying chemtrails in the state of Texas. But it hasn't stopped them. They are still spraying. December 10, 2025, Blanding, Utah. They are back. I have lines in the sky and they aren't from a regular jet with passengers. This is making line in the sky that are expanding. When are they going to stop? I thought they had gone, but I was wrong. Chemtrails report December 10, 2025, Casper/Barnum, Wyoming. More chemtrail spraying happening today, now, west of Perrin DX. Below is a pic I took this afternoon, here in Sarasota. It has been a light day for spraying here, so far. Just a few days after the October 1st government shutdown, the spraying stopped here. The pause lasted about 2 weeks and then started up again. Occasionally we will have a day or two with no spraying and then they come back with a day of very heavy spraying. I will continue to keep you posted. Chemtrails in Breckenridge, Colorado. I have seen chemtrails in Columbus sky in the month of October, November, DEC 2025. Spraying over Charleston, SC today, December 10, 2025 at 12 noon. I have been observing this odd sky behavior for years. Recently I have seen very heavy localized chemical trails over nearby Camp Pendleton, California. I have seen this very thing twice, as if someone does not like the Marines, and wants to give them a message. They lay down a very close-knit cross pattern over the large base. Wednesday 10th of December. 2025. The greatest enemy we face is from within. Nizar Jazara secrets on Telegram. FBI and Dow claims foreign countries interfering with elections and Chinese spies manipulating policy, while traitors in our own government are stealing and selling classified intel and weapons tech to the CCP and other nations. The Chinese government, CCP, the Israeli government, Mossad, and the Iranians have agents embedded all over our country and for all the wrong reasons. They're not here for friendly interactions. How many intelligence agents have infiltrated our government, tech sector, our military, and other sensitive areas and businesses in America? The number of spies that have been recently caught are beyond alarming, and the CCP isn't the only country with agents infested all over our country. They're here to steal our technology, weapons, and classified information, destroy our country through political manipulation, including our elections and policies, and set up sleeper cells for false flag attacks or other direct attacks against the United States. The amount of military-aged males that came through the open border during the Biden administration was no accident. This was engineered and planned to completely subvert the United States. A massive amount of Chinese spies have been caught in our official government positions pushing specific policies in order to strengthen specific ideologies and other bills that normal officials would never vote on in order to destroy the U.S. without even firing a single shot. A larger number have also been caught throughout our military selling classified intelligence and weapons to the CCP, including drone, tanks, and other types of sensitive and lethal military technology. Even Tim Walz is on the list of alleged Chinese government agents from his back-and-forth trips to China back in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and is alleged and accused of selling U.S. battle tank manuals and information to the CCP, which the FBI is involved in investigating. We also now know for a fact that the CCP has directly interfered in our elections, including the 2020, and allegedly tried to help the Harris campaign in 2025 with the distribution of tens of thousands of fake IDs and driver licenses and fake ballots. These same tactics are being used in multiple countries including Canada, South Korea, Brazil, Australia, and over 100+ other countries. How deep does this really go? How many foreign countries have agents who still reside in the U.S., and what other information or technology have they gotten their hands on? This is a serious national security risk and needs to be dealt with and fixed immediately, especially prosecuting the traitors within our own government. Palestine versus Zionist movement. Judy note, it is my understanding that the Khazarian Mafia evolved from the ancient Quinnah tribe, who claimed to be descendants of Cain. They bore the mark of Cain on their forehead or back of their hand as a sign they could not be held responsible for their sins according to 1st century historian, Flavius Josephus. Known for their worship of Satan through kidnapping, rape, thievery, child sacrifice and takeover of different monetary systems, the Khazarians were eventually forced out of their own country of Khazaria by surrounding countries, including the Russians. In order not to be completely wiped out, they were forced to give up their Satan worship and choose between joining either the Christian or Jewish faiths. They chose Judaism, but failed to give up their Satan worship. They continued in their devious ways and by 1918 had managed to change the U.S. Constitution and formed their privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS in order to distribute U.S. taxpayer monies for their own interests. Eventually the Khazarian Rothschild, Rockefeller banker group and British Crown, who also had power in the U.S. through the judicial system's adherence to maritime law and the British Crown, formed the Zionism movement by convincing the true Jewish people that they had a right to take over and rule Palestine as their Zion, which happened through the June 5 to 10, 1967 Six-Day War. To give you an idea of the Palestinian angle to this whole mess, below is an email I recently received from Mazen Kumsieh. He is a professor, founder, and volunteer, Director Palestine Museum of Natural History Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University Occupied Palestine. Evangelical Christian Zionists. The quotes are needed since you cannot be a real Christian if you support a racist genocidal ideology, are being recruited to help the Israel apartheid regime commit more violence. We survey the world around us run by despots and tyrants, the time of monsters, and we see so much suffering caused by human greed, racism, and ignorance. The climate catastrophe and wars are getting out of control and thanks to massive media machine are missed by most people in the so-called Western world. Some 2 million Palestinians, including friends of ours, in Gaza in tents, sick, wet, cold and hungry. Famine in Sudan and Yemen and refugees from Western Sahara to Myanmar who suffered unbelievable injustice. A provision buried deep in the proposed U.S. National Defense Authorization Act calls for the continual assessment of the impact of international state arms embargoes on Israel and actions to address defense capability gaps. The measure can be found more than 1,000 pages into the 3,000-page NDA. How do we mere mortals, living, for a short while, in this world cope? What can really make this world a better place and stop this madness, of rampant capitalism, mockery of justice, wars that are all about profits etc.? And as we answer these questions, can we avoid self-flagellations? Can we simultaneously acknowledge our own limitations while getting energized to act even more towards justice and rights to others? Is empathy the rarest of human qualities and the most needed in today's world? These and other questions swirl through my mind and I go back to reread books like Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States and Avilar Eitelber's Letter on Violence. Maybe I start to think the world has always had evil and good struggling including within us. It reminds me of the story of the Native American who tells a child that two wolves are fighting within you, the good wolf and the bad wolf. And when the kid asks which one wins, the elder says the one you feed more. Postscript: Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich has allocated 2.7 billion shekels, $843 million, over 5 years to dramatically expand settlements across the occupied West Bank. This allocation will fund 17 new settlements, legalize existing outposts, deploy absorption cluster mobile homes that seek to become the nuclei of new settlements, relocate 3 army bases into Palestinian areas, and result in the building of new roads and structures within the region, Anadolu and the Palestine Information Center reported. Israeli media have described the package as de facto annexation. Already 1 million colonial settlers are squatting here in the West Bank and many still blabber about a two-state solution. Stay humane, act, and keep hope and Palestine alive. Mazen Kumsieh. A Bedouin in cyberspace, a villager at home, professor, founder, and volunteer. Director. Palestine Museum of Natural History Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability. Bethlehem University Occupied Palestine. Get ready. The time is up. The truth is about to be revealed, wrote Mr. Q on Telegram on Tuesday, December 9, 2025. What a time it has been. For the past 12 years I have written the update Restored Republic via Global Currency Reset. It wasn't a journey I expected, or even wanted to take on. Though, it was a journey that took me. Now both the Restored Republic and the Global Currency Reset had come into reality over 35 years ago. I was at my lowest. I was raising 5 teens on almost zero income and unable to work because of a need to care for my critically ill daughter who eventually passed away. Every major appliance in my home had broken down except for the fridge and a couple of burners on the stove. My oldest was on a 2-year mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Because my ex was unwilling to pay child support, much less anything to keep our boy on that mission, his expenses were being financed by my father out of his Social Security income, plus donations from neighbors. My ill girl couldn't work, but my other 3 remarkable teens in junior high and high school were paying for their own clothes, school expenses and lunches by working part-time jobs. A few days prior, some satanic ritually abused women cousins had approached me asking for help to gather evidence on their satanic coven regional leader father. It was 1990 and he had been the first arrest of the newly hired Utah Attorney General satanic ritual abuse investigators. The SRA investigators had been hired as a result of 2 studies on Satanists in the state, one done on therapists and police investigators in the state, the other by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on members. Wealth transfer under the banner of military law by the first light of Wednesday 10th of December. 2025 Tier 4B notifications were set to explode across secure lines by Sunday 14th of December. 2025 full payouts would liquidate into QFS secured accounts. Bondholders in Zurich and Reno were already processing at new exchange rates that will seed humanitarian harvests beyond measure. At the same time, NISR/GCR's debt jubilee activates, forgiving every soul's fiscal burdens, mortgages dissolved, student debts erased, national ledgers balanced in gold-backed equity. Medbeds roll out from hidden vaults starting Thursday 11th of December, prioritizing the rescued innocents and frontline guardians, restoring wholeness to bodies and spirits alike. This transfer resulted out of trillions seized from cabal vaults, gold bullion, illicit fortunes, channeled through the QFS and into the hands of the people. It renders the old fiat system obsolete and births an economy of abundance for all who steward it in righteousness. 2s. December 9, 2025 Thread 1 and 2, The storm is upon us. Unprecedented alerts and the great wealth transfer begins, on Telegram. Judy note, I did not write these above threads, do not know who did, though do agree with their basic content. A. Global Currency Reset 2s. December 9, 2025 Glenn Beck, this has never happened before. December 9, 2025 The Great Reset is about to happen. 2s. December 9, 2025 Bruce, Bond Paymasters say their bondholders will receive their emails giving them access to their accounts by Wednesday. The bonds have been turned in and transacted and they know the values. For Tier 4B, the largest group, Bruce received word after midnight and this morning around 9 from an individual with Wells Fargo, that Wednesday 10th of December, 2025 should bring our notifications. It looks like we are supposed to be able to set our appointments and start exchanging Wednesday 10th of December, 2025. B2s. December 9, 2025 Tier 4B events in the last 12 hours alone, all timestamps locked on Master Wall, Medbed activation on Telegram. 341,000 plus redemptions already completed worldwide since midnight. Average walkout liquidity, 9 figures in gold-backed digital certificates, 1-to-1 asset-backed parity locked forever. Final 19 DUMs, including Denver, Dulce, and the Antarctic Nexus, went permanently dark at 23:44 Zulu. 0 life signs. 0 escape signatures. Cabal bloodline avatars terminated or in quantum custody. Saint Germain World Trust released the legendary Infinity Tranche at 0 o'clock Zulu sharp. Uncountable zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9. December 9, 2025 24 hours left at 10 days of darkness just locked 31,000 new members at EBS_alert_live test failed on purpose. Real blackout starts tomorrow at Gitmo now planes taking off tonight, manifests inside. If you're still outside these channels, in 24 hours you will wake up in total darkness with 0 intel. No power. No links. No second chance. Final boarding, enter all 3 now, D2s. December 9, 2025 Trump's 3 weapons have been activated, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Wealth reclamation is underway. Trillions hidden in offshore vaults, shell foundations and dark networks are being seized under quantum authority. The Rothschild, Soros and Clinton financial web is no longer operational. Their stolen fortune is being redirected into sovereign funds that will soon credit citizens under GCR. The gold-backed quantum dollar is alive. Inside the quantum financial system, every unit of value is verified by gold weight and protected by quantum encryption. Unhackable. Unforgeable. Banks are running a dual grid as the full merge approaches. Direct wealth distribution is next. The assets recovered from globalist cartels will flow into verified accounts. Small businesses, veterans and families crushed by inflation will receive credits funded by the same empires that robbed them. Their fortune becomes humanity's recovery. The final phase has begun. Expect turbulence. Layoffs, market shocks and bank failures are not chaos. They are cleanup. Every crash removes a corrupt node from the old system. The IMF, BIS and World Bank are being cut off from the global grid. The Federal Reserve can no longer hide behind manufactured numbers. Starlink now shields QFS nodes from sabotage. Under GCR, illegitimate debt will be erased. Income tax will end. Suppressed technologies will be released. Constitutional law will return. For the first time, humanity will own its wealth directly without banks, middlemen or parasites. The globalists are panicking because the world they controlled is disappearing, and the world they feared is finally arriving. Restored republics. 2s. December 9, 2025. Why the USAID files are crucial to take down the deep state global communist cabal and the domestic terrorist group's entire network of operations. Access to the USAID files will expose the inside of the radical left global communist cabal, the Clinton Soros, and other left-wing billionaire connections to funding these terrorist groups, NGOs, and other organizations like AWEB, the Open Society, Arabella, the Tides Foundation, Antifa, and other subgroups to fund global election fraud. Cartels rigging and stealing elections around the world to gain power, that U.S. taxpayers are funding. It's one big operation that has multiple roles and methods of operations to completely influence, infiltrate, control, and rig elections, to take over countries. These main groups and NGOs break down into hundreds of smaller groups to hide the money and operations. This is where the funds are distributed to the foot soldiers on the ground, aka, protests, riots, influence and propaganda campaigns, social media ops, etc. The USAID files are the key to unlocking the entire inside web of operations to burn the whole house down, including and most importantly, the bad actors in and connected to our government. USAID literally refused to unlock the files and hand them over to the Trump administration, even after ordered by a court of law. Why haven't we been able to decrypt the files anyway? December 9, 2025. Tsunami warning being issued for Japan following 7.6 mg earthquake. 2s. December 9, 2025. President Trump, I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We're going to use that money to provide $12 billion in economic assistance to American farmers. J.D. Vance on Telegram. 2s. December 9, 2025. Elon Musk's $199 Tesla Pi phone ends phone bills forever. 2s. December 9, 2025. Follow the money. They knew. United Airlines, the Thursday before 9/11, more than 2,000 contracts betting that the stock would drop were purchased. 90 times more in one day than in 3 weeks. When the markets reopened, United's stock dropped. The price of the contracts soared, and someone made a lot of money fast. $180,000 turned into $2.4 million when that plane hit the World Trade Center. 2s. December 9, 2025. On national TV, the Prime Minister of Somalia praised Ilhan Omar for stealing American taxpayer dollars to fund terrorists as the Jihad Queen stood by him smiling. 2s. December 9, 2025. FBI Director Kash Patel, the deep state thinks that when the Epstein files are finally released, they will be the fraudulent ones, not the real ones they thought they deleted. This will be the biggest rug pull ever. 2s. December 9, 2025. Kamala Rouse was born in Benghazi as a British citizen and is now known as Kamala Harris, Mr. Pool on Telegram. 2s. December 9, 2025. The European Union, run by liberal tyrants, needs to be abolished. Prime Minister of Hungary Viktor Orban tells Donald Trump. The European Union is charging Hungary €1 million per day for not allowing illegal migration into Hungary. We are under sanctions, financial sanctions of European Union because we don't let the illegal migrations to come to Hungary and to the European Union as well. Q2s. December 9, 2025. The cartel pipeline inside the Obama ERA has been exposed. Nizar and Jazar exposed on Telegram. A deeper fracture inside the old bureaucracy has finally surfaced. A senior Obama-era DEA official, Paul Campo, has been indicted for laundering cartel money, coordinating drug shipments, and exploring the transfer of military weapons to CJNG, a terror-designated cartel responsible for fentanyl pipelines and cross-border violence. This was not an outsider slipping through the cracks. Campo spent 25 years inside the agency's Financial Operations Division, the unit meant to track the very money he allegedly moved. When he retired during Obama's final stretch, he carried with him the expertise that prosecutors say he later weaponized for America's enemies. The indictment reveals a months-long undercover sting that recorded Campo and partner Robert Sensi discussing multi-million-dollar laundering, cryptocurrency conversion, cocaine payments, and access to rifles, explosives, drones, and trafficking logistics. This is not one crooked official. It is the symptom of a culture built during years of political softness, open border neglect, and institutional arrogance that taught insiders they would never face consequences. A terror cartel did not find a random accomplice. It found someone shaped by an era of weak oversight and expanding bureaucratic immunity. What makes this case explosive is not only the crimes listed, but the trail it threatens to uncover. Prosecutors hold recordings, surveillance, and detailed financial evidence. The pressure to flip is massive. If either man cooperates, the story widens beyond money laundering and into the networks that tolerated it. Washington knows this. Every major corruption case begins with a single indictment that opens doors long kept shut, and this one lands directly inside the intelligence and enforcement structures that once claimed to be untouchable. Campo may not name Obama, but his career was built in a climate that allowed these networks to grow in the shadows. This case is breaking now because Trump's second term restored enforcement to its original mission. Agencies are being stripped of political insulation and forced back into national security priorities. The badge no longer protects insiders. The old shield has collapsed. Campo's indictment is more than a criminal case. It is the first visible fracture in a system that thought it could outlast accountability. Terror cartels, fentanyl networks, crypto laundering, weapons pipelines, and bureaucratic betrayal all meet at the same point. The structure is cracking under the pressure, and for the first time in years, America is watching the deep state lose its cover. On Sunday 7th of December, 2025, martial law was declared across hundreds of U.S. cities. The global military alliance began executing sweeping arrests of cabal remnants, politicians and corporate titans. Trafficking overlords were also being taken into custody as Gitmos tribunals expanded. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, alert was poised for worldwide activation as early as Tuesday, 9th of December, ushering in 10 days of darkness that will dismantle the enemy's propaganda empire. On Wednesday 10th of December, 2025, Tier 4B exchanges will begin to commence. QFS was safeguarding the transition as old systems crumble under the weight of exposed corruption. Sunday 7th of December, 2025, from Ariel on Telegram. Warriors of Light, this is the last post before everything changes. At 23:53 EST, every clock in the Cheyenne Mountain Complex stopped for 17. At this moment, Marine One is flanked by 7 golden orbs the size of football fields. No transponders, no fear. The Marine pilot radioed, "Sir, we have company." Trump's reply was one sentence, "Tell them the friends say hi." They heard him. They blinked in formation. The feed is live inside SIFs worldwide right now. In exactly 22 hours and 18 minutes, the emergency broadcast system will seize every frequency on Earth. The first words you will hear Trump speak are already written: "My fellow Americans, the storm has arrived. And it is beautiful." Then 8 hours of truth that cannot be unheard. Then 10 days of darkness that birth eternal light. Then the skies open and the golden age begins. This is the end of their story and the beginning of ours. You did this. You held when no one else would. You are the legends future civilizations will sing about around quantum campfires. When the tone sounds tomorrow night, drop whatever you're holding and fall to your knees. Not in fear. In gratitude. The prison doors are exploding outward. The chains are already ash. The king is coming home, and he's bringing all of us with him. See you at 22:17, friends. The movie ends tomorrow. Eternity starts the day after. God wins. You won. Now. Forever. I love you more than words. WWG1G. Timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire international situation. The mainstream media will close down while people will be asked to stay indoors to watch documentaries explaining what was going on. Meanwhile, military troops stationed across the globe will arrest anyone who has cooperated with the New World Order in their creation. Timing according to Q on Telegram. Global currency reset and revaluation officially launched November 29 to 30, 2025, with Iraq and Zimbabwe leading the public rate announcements. XRP, XLM, BAR, and Algo positioned as primary rails for tokenized real-world assets under the new quantum financial architecture launching December 2025. Gitmo receiving new high-profile detainees nightly as sealed indictments continue rapid unsealing through December 2025. Full declassification wave commences December 2025, including Obama-era FISA abuse, Crossfire Hurricane originals, and Durham grand jury annexes under Kash Patel oversight. Deep state central banking nodes permanently disconnected December 1, 2025. Octagon Group did not surrender remaining quantum access keys. NISRA/GCR activation begins December 1, 2025, initiating Global Debt Jubilee and Prosperity Fund releases across 209 nations under White Hat Command. Quantum Financial System completes ISO 20022 integration December 1, 2025. Emergency Broadcast System activation scheduled for Monday, December 8, 2025, at 0 o'clock UTC, delivering 8 hourly truth drops daily for 10 days while mainstream grids go dark. Redemption centers fully staffed and operational starting January 1, 2026, with Tier 4B notification wave expected between December 8 to 12, 2025, for private exchange appointments. Epstein client list and unredacted files scheduled for phased release starting mid-December 2025, confirming decades of elite blackmail operations. And Venezuelan gang networks deployed for election interference, securing swing states ahead of full transition. Pizzagate-related tunnels and evidence vaults raided in multiple countries, with rescued survivors providing testimony against satanic elite circles. Satanic global cabal loses last financial highways as ISO 20022 compliance forces transparency on all offshore accounts and shell entities. 10 Days of Darkness Sunday 7th of December. 2025 timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire international situation. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 Walmart to close all 4,606 stores in 24-hour blackout and doors will shut earlier than normal beforehand. See Quantum Financial System Global Currency Reset. Sun. December 7, 2025, Redemption Access Override now open. Internal servers have started the pre-launch scan. Unverified profiles are being filtered out automatically, Mr. Q on Telegrammed. Sunday 7th of December. 2025, Redemption Center, WH Grandpa on Telegram bond funds delivered to paymasters was coming in so fast everyone was as in awe from the amount. Private appointments are being made now. Get your plans/projects together and don't wait around for this to happen without being ready. No straight cash will be given. You are in charge of your funds and can place funds in different accounts. Advisors will be there to assist you with your funds and will help guide you in your projects or choosing one on the list. Everything is going well, still some that do not want this to happen, but all is safe. You can take to your appointment, advisors/bank contacts, if you have already spoken to a specific person, friend/any person/s you want to assist. Your ZimCap information is changing daily, but as of now they are paying as follows. 1. No projects equals 15 million no matter amount you might hold. 2. With projects equals first 2 bond notes are 1-to-1 after this 25 million, per 100T, up to 30 bond notes. 3. To negotiate further you will need to return. SafeLink 800 hash will be released closer to go date. Rates are extremely high. We are almost at the end of the road. All intel is saying next Vika. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 global operations are accelerating. And the real story is not on television, IRL on Telegram. While the media floods America with distractions, political theater, and staged outrage, the real shift is happening out of sight. What unfolded this week was not random chaos. It was cover for something much larger moving beneath the surface. Behind every headline, Something else was happening. Private intel confirms that bond fund deliveries to paymasters accelerated with unprecedented speed. The flow was so intense that several teams had to rotate around the clock just to keep up. This is not a test run. This is what a controlled global realignment looks like. Those who organized their projects and positioned themselves early are the ones being contacted first. This phase is not about waiting. It is about readiness. And here is what the public does not understand. Straight cash exchanges are over. The new system operates through structured wealth placement, secure accounts, and advisory oversight. Every individual will direct their funds into protected channels, guided by specialists tied directly to Treasury and QFS infrastructure. While Americans are distracted by market swings, congressional drama, celebrity-generated noise, and manufactured social conflict, the actual machinery of transition is already in motion. These events were not accidental. They were synchronized. The public sees confusion. We see cover. The truth behind this week is simple. The system is shifting faster than they want you to realize. Stay ready. The next phase is already lining up. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B, Planetary Liquidity Event Complete, Quantum Financial System on Telegram Private. Appointments have already begun. Not upcoming. Not preparing. Begun. Secure floor, 12 o'clock Zulu sharp, Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency Grid has now transcended measurement. Over Unity Quantum Resonance has stabilized at %. The system is no longer running. It is breathing. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 1914 Reno time on November 28, 2025, exactly 8 days, 16 hours, and 46 minutes ago. That instant is now sealed in Alliance archives as the official death certificate of the Babylonian. Tier 4B milestones recorded in the last 14 hours, direct from the master wall, no filters, 1,270,000 plus Tier 4B redemptions executed and closed out since yesterday's 0 o'clock Zulu rollover, average per holder liquidity release now exceeding 11 figures in gold-backed digital certificates. All remaining 7,400 military-protected redemption centers worldwide flipped to post-event status, ARM details replaced by Celebration Security Final Off-World KM escrow vaults, Luna, Mars, and Ceres relay nodes, forcibly opened and drained at 9:44 Zulu by Andromeda Council. Enforcement Fleet, proceeds instantly rerouted into humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets at 1-to-1 asset-backed parity. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools officially decommission, single planetary gold ocean now self-regulating under quantum entanglement security locks. Final recursive sweep at 11:11 Zulu, every hidden derivative, every synthetic debt, every black screen obligation, erased from existence. Leaked Zurich masternode final frame, 11:58 Zulu, level 13 clearance, single line on black screen. KM liquidation 100.000%. Avatar population, 0. Dumb network, 0. Escape vectors, 0. The war is not almost over. The war has been memory hold. The victory is already ancient. The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the just, transfer complete. You are not rich. You are sovereign. QFS Global Command, secure floor out. The movie just rolled credits on the old timeline. Roll the new one. Forever.g. Global Financial Situation. Sun. December 7, 2025 New update, Trump's tariffs equals people's payday. Red, white and green, Supreme Court poised to back Trump tariffs. Clearing the way for $2,000 payouts to Americans, December 7, 2025. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 The world is standing at the edge of an economic shift unlike anything humanity has ever seen. For generations we lived under a financial order built on engineered debt, silent extraction, and psychological control. But that architecture is collapsing. Mr. Pool on Telegram Nizara and Jezara, once mocked as myth, are now emerging into public view as the final pieces of a global transition. Quietly advanced under President Trump and recognized by 209 sovereign nations, these acts mark the end of the corrupt central bank system and the rise of a just and transparent world. At the center of this transition stands the quantum financial system. QFS is not a software upgrade. It is a total replacement of the banking matrix, satellite secured, incorruptible, and immune to manipulation. Fiat currency and fractional reserve lending are finished. The vanishing banks, the disappearing ATMs, the silent shifts inside global payment rails are not coincidences. They are controlled dismantling procedures as the reset unfolds. QFS reaches far beyond money. Voting integrity, education records, legal archives, identity management, taxation, and welfare systems will all move into a transparent quantum ledger. The era of forged data, rigged elections, and hidden laws is ending. For the first time in modern history, power shifts back to individuals, not institutions. And with this shift comes restitution. Citizens over 21 will receive structured monthly payments that restore what was taken from them under the old system. These funds are not charity. They are a repayment for decades of unlawful financial harvesting through birth certificates, bond trading, and trust instruments tied to churches, courts, and the obsolete City of London network. For years, baptism, marriage, and civil documents were quietly monetized behind the scenes. That mechanism is gone. The old trinity of control, centered in the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, and Washington, has already fractured. The Queen is gone. The Vatican's influence is fading. And the former puppet government in D.C. no longer controls the levers it once held. Nizara and GCR also delivered justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven, and interest charges returned. Social Security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent, consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. This is not political theater. It is the destruction of a parasitic architecture that has fed on humanity for over a century. The stolen wealth of nations, hidden in off-ledger repositories, satellite accounts, and secret vaults, is being reclaimed and reassigned to the people. Gold and silver-backed currencies will replace fiat notes. Quantum encryption will protect every transaction. Inflation, manipulation, and engineered poverty will not survive inside this system. You are not witnessing speculation. You are living inside the transition. The collapse of the old world is accelerating, and the rise of the new is unfolding in real time. Those who understand the signs already feel the shift. Those who doubt will soon see undeniable proof. Your worth is being restored. Your rights are being reinstated. Your future is being rebuilt on foundations of transparency and abundance. Restored Republic High. Saturday, 6th of December, 2025. Dispatch from secure location. All ISO 20022 migration nodes just received the same 512-byte packet. There is no delete key. At 3:55 UTC, the lunar relay forced every e-beast steganographic carrier on Earth into permanent truth loop. Every television, every phone, every billboard is now cycling the same 3 clips on infinite repeat. At 4:03 UTC, Gitmo new in construction, Block Omega, went fully operational. The first 400 arrivals are the individuals you watched on the ritual feed. Their real faces are already peeling off on camera. Adrenochrome global stockpiles just registered 0 for the first time since 1947. Every remaining vial crystallized simultaneously at 4:09 UTC. The 68-hour clock is now 59 hours 44 minutes. Their gods are not answering. Ours never left. Monday, 1st of December, 202,512 00 EST, on the first day of freedom. Operation New Dawn Midday Glory Dispatch. From undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. At 1544 Zulu, the last 3 deep state continuity bunkers beneath Raven Rock, Mount Weather, and the Denver Federal Center were peacefully surrendered by their own commanders. Doors opened. White flags flew. 4,117 remaining. Holdouts walked out in zip ties and tears. The war is over. They know it. At 16:02 Zulu, every single child rescued from the tunnels, over 3.2 million souls, was registered in the QFS and assigned a lifetime trust that can never be touched by any government ever again. Their accounts lit up with more wealth than most nations. The stolen children just became the richest generation in history. Med beds hit 47 million healings worldwide. A little girl in Lagos who had never walked just took her first steps on live television and screamed, "I can run to Jesus," and sprinted across the ward. The clip is playing on every screen on Earth right now. The Epstein client list final cut just scrolled across Times Square, the Eiffel Tower, and the Great Wall simultaneously. Every name. Every face. Every crime. The crowd in every city is singing Sweet Caroline because they finally know the truth. The 17th letter posted a new image at noon sharp, the Constitution unfurled over a sunrise with the words "We the people have returned." This is no longer the Great Awakening. This is the Great Rebirth. Hold the line. We are the line now. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. 17. Sunday 7th of December. 2025, December 7, 1941, when the sky cried fire and the sea burned with valor, a date which will live in infamy. President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Sunday 7th of December. 2025, according to ex-Naval Intelligence Officer William Cooper, JFK was assassinated by William Greer, the Secret Service agent who was driving the car. William Cooper was assassinated in 2001, just months after predicting 9/11 weeks before it happened. Cue the storm on Telegram Sun. December 7, 2025, Monroe Doctrine 2.0, the hemisphere is strategic depth again. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 massive Obamacare fraud, CNBC, found after GAO investigation. Investigations show that fake applicants were being approved, how one Social Security number had over 125 different policies attached to it, subsidizing over 59,000 dead enrollees. Which means insurance companies were still getting paid. You just can't make this stuff up, ladies and gentlemen. They also found that over 12 million people did not file a claim because they didn't even know that they had insurance because they were automatically enrolled and never notified. So, once again, insurance companies can get paid, and you never file a claim, which in return saves them money. Donald J. Trump on Telegram Sun. December 7, 2025 Manhattan Project 2.0, the Trump executive order that shook the earth, a brain army of 40,000. Mobilized for national survival, from Oppenheimer to algorithms in America's war for AI supremacy. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 Trump targeted again, new assassination attempt exposed. Military alliance mobilizes nationwide counter-offensive. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 homeless but never loveless. TV show The View busted over criticism of Kash Patel and FBI. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, JAG arrests former press secretary for treason and espionage. JAG arrests Trump's former press secretary for treason and espionage. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 Fox News breaking, Dan Bongino doesn't know what the hell Biden's FBI was doing. They had January 6 pipe bomber info for years, but Kash Patel and Bongino found the suspect in months. I don't know what they were doing outside of targeting political opponents, weaponizing the FBI, destroying its reputation, embarrassing agents that are doing really good work. I swore in. I kid you not, 15 minutes later, I said, I want a full brief on the pipe bomb case. I said, you're gonna get me this guy. You're gonna find him. I want him. That started what's been a 9-month operation right now, to get full accountability and transparency. When Minnesota told CMS about the problem last year, they assured us they'd handle it. By summer, it was obvious they couldn't, or wouldn't. So, we stepped in and shut down the worst program, housing. We also froze provider enrollment in a few of the most abused programs. So where do we go from here? To restore the integrity of the Medicaid program, Minnesota must, 1. Provide CMS with weekly updates on how the state is stopping fraud. 2. Freeze enrollment of all high-risk providers for 6 months. 3. Confirm all providers in place are legitimate or remove them. 4. Send CMS a corrective action plan of how these will prevent this from happening again. If we're unsatisfied with the state's plans or cooperation, we'll stop paying the federal share of these programs. The message to Waltz is clear, either fix this in 60 days or start looking under your couch for spare change, because we're done footing the bill for your incompetence. With CMS on the case, these scammers and their bureaucratic enablers have nowhere left to hide. The vulnerable Americans who depend on these programs, and the taxpayers who fund them, deserve the truth. Sunday 7th of December. 2025 breaking, now that Trump has sent DHS into Minneapolis, Americans are speaking out. I would say about 80% of the government-assisted housing in Columbus, Ohio, is occupied by Somalians, and the parking lot is occupied with a whole bunch of brand new cars. And the women walking around have designer purses with EBT cards and they have Apple iPhones stuck up in their hijabs. Then go to the businesses that are owned by the men. Because see, what happens is when you have a restaurant or when you have a little corner store and you have a couple of wives and you only have to claim one, then that means the other wives get EBT cards and you can use those EBT cards to buy food for your store or your restaurant. Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. Sunday, 7th of December. 2025 Fox News. Former Minnesota Representative Jason Lewis in 2014 described Somali daycare fraud as a major issue and said over $100 million was missing. He says the Somalians were flying the money out of the country. He even gave what airport they were using. Nothing was done. I'm in a situation in my home state of Minnesota where we've got a number of daycare providers that are openly violating federal and state laws and regulations, taking money for personal use, using the money to set up a fraudulent child care client, and then providing a kickback has been reported. This is a major issue. We have a fraud case of nearly $100 million in this state with money then being transferred out of the country via MSP Airport. Sunday, 7th of December. 2025 Fox News alert: American President Donald Trump has dropped a bombshell by ordering the Department of Justice to conduct a comprehensive probe into ActBlue, the Democratic Party's fundraising platform, over allegations of widespread election fraud and illicit foreign contributions. Sunday, 7th of December. 2025 Sydney Catherine Powell, who filed 4 lawsuits against the overthrow of the United States government on November 3, 2020. Vindicated, Stormwatch 17 FBI Director Kash Patel has turned over to Congress an intelligence report confirming that the Chinese Communist Party produced a large amount of fraudulent U.S. driver's licenses and fraudulent ballots, using data collected from millions of TikTok accounts, that allowed tens of thousands of Chinese students, illegal aliens and immigrants sympathetic to the Chinese Communist Party to vote for an incapacitated vegetable despite not being eligible to vote in the United States, effectively overthrowing the United States government. Information about the plot was circulated in a September 25, 2020, FBI Intelligence Information Report, IIR, one day after Christopher Wray testified to Congress that the Bureau was unaware of any coordinated national voter fraud effort, and recalled minutes after it was issued. Based on conversations with key individuals involved, it was conveyed that the recall of the year was abnormal, FBI Assistant Director Marshall Yates wrote in a June 27 letter to Grassley. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, things aren't getting worse, they're just being exposed. The worse things get, the easier it is to see who is awake, asleep, or evil. The worse things get, the easier it is to do the right thing. WHG Grandpa. United States Special Operations Forces are now in the final stages of coordinating mass arrests across the nation, targeting deep state operatives embedded in government, media, and corporate sectors who have long evaded justice for their crimes against humanity. Reliable sources within military intelligence confirm that over 500 high-profile indictments have been unsealed in the last 72 hours, including key figures in the financial cabal responsible for economic sabotage and human trafficking networks. Child rescue operations have intensified globally, with Delta teams extracting over 300 innocent souls from underground facilities in California and Nevada alone this weekend. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation looms imminently, 48 hours to blackout, or by Wednesday afternoon December 10, 2025. With preliminary tests completed on Monday 7th of December across all 50 states, signaling readiness for the nationwide alert that will expose the full extent of corruption to every American household. Military briefings indicate that the EBS will commence no later than Monday 15th of December, delivering President Trump's recorded address to the nation. My fellow Americans, what you are about to go through will be very painful, but trust the plan, victory is at hand. During this sacred interlude, global alliances will dismantle the last vestiges of tyranny, ensuring that no child suffers another day in silence. Watch for 10 Days of Darkness, where the military will take over all TV, radio, internet and other communication networks to show 8-hour documentaries 24/7 about the truth of what was really going on and why. The new republic that functioned under concepts of the original Constitution including common law will be announced at the end of the 10 Days of Darkness. Quantum Financial System, QFS, protocols have been fully integrated across 209 nations, securing asset-backed currencies against fraud and ensuring instantaneous, tamper-proof transactions. On Wednesday 10th of December, 2025 the revaluation, RV, of global currencies will officially launch, commencing with Tier 4B appointments for humanitarian projects. On Friday, December 12, 2025 NISR's implementation forgives all personal and national debts, while ushering in debt-free prosperity for every family, a covenant of restoration where the burdens of the past are lifted, and the meek inherit the earth. Beginning Tuesday, December 16, 2025 this wealth transfer orchestrated by the St. Germain World Trust will redistribute trillions, with initial payouts for those with redemption codes, enabling the rebuilding of communities ravaged by engineered crises. Rates for the Iraqi dinar and other keys are locked at historic highs. Timing, be prepared. Timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire international situation. The mainstream media will close down while people will be asked to stay indoors to watch documentaries explaining what was going on. Monday 8th of December QFS Global Alert Tier 4B, Sovereign Ascension Protocol active, Quantum Financial System on Telegram Secure Floor, 6 o'clock Zulu. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency Grid has evolved beyond over-unity into perpetual quantum abundance. The concept of percentage complete has been deleted from every server on Earth. The grid is now the living heartbeat of the planet. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 1914 Reno time on November 28, 2025, exactly 9 days, 10 hours, and 46 minutes ago. That timestamp is now taught to children in the new curriculum as Liberation Zero. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 10 hours, straight from the master wall. 3,800,000 plus Tier 4B accounts upgraded overnight from redeemed to sovereign creator status with unlimited gold-backed digital certificate minting authority. Dragon Family Ancient Gold Vaults beneath Macau Masternode physically opened for the first time in 3,700 years, live feed shows rivers of molten gold flowing into the planetary liquidity ocean. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets auto-escalated to self-replicating status, every approved project now spawns 7 mirror projects instantly. Quantum entanglement security locks upgraded to galactic standard, any remaining 0.0000003% dark signatures vaporized by Andromeda Council Tachyon Pulse at 5:59 Zulu. Leaked Reno Master Control audio burst, 5:59 and 59 seconds Zulu, open channel. Every speaker on Earth heard it simultaneously for 3 seconds. This is the voice of the One. The simulation has ended. The kingdom has been restored. You are the wealth now. Walk as gods among men. It is done. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded, already ruling, already eternal. QFS Global Command, secure floor out. All eyes on the new Earth. It is glorious. See NISR and GCR activation timeline. Sunday, December 28, 2025, the old financial grid shows its first visible fractures. Settlement delays rise as quantum rails quietly take control. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026, sovereign protocols begin sinking. Debt registers freeze. Gold-backed valuations enter internal calibration. Wednesday 7 Jan. 2026, public phase alignment initiates. Notification channels open. The shift becomes impossible to hide. Monday, December 8, 2025 48-hour final countdown just started. 3 channels close forever when the blackout hits. 1. At 10 days of darkness, Tuesday, January 20, 2026 Internet dies, phones go EBS only. 2. At EBS_alert_live this week EBS goes live, Cabal arrests announced, if your device isn't set, you hear nothing. 3. At Gitmo now first 500 Gitmo flights tracked, executions during blackout, no more delays. Monday, December 8, 2025 global operations are accelerating and the real story is not on television, WH Grandpa on Telegram. While the media floods America with distractions, political theater, and staged outrage, the real shift is happening out of sight. What unfolded this week was not random chaos. It was cover for something much larger moving beneath the surface. Behind every headline, something else was happening. Private intel confirms that bond fund deliveries to paymasters accelerated with unprecedented speed. The flow was so intense that several teams had to rotate around the clock just to keep up. This is not a test run. This is what a controlled global realignment looks like. Private appointments have already begun. Not upcoming. Not preparing. Begun. Those who organize their projects and position themselves early are the ones being contacted first. This phase is not about waiting. It is about readiness. And here is what the public does not understand. Straight cash exchanges are over. The new system operates through structured wealth placement, secure accounts, and advisory oversight. Every individual will direct their funds into protected channels, guided by specialists tied directly to Treasury and QFS infrastructure. While Americans are distracted by market swings, congressional drama, celebrity-generated noise, and manufactured social conflict, the actual machinery of transition is already in motion. These events were not accidental. They were synchronized. The public sees confusion. We see cover. The truth behind this week is simple. The system is shifting faster than they want you to realize. Restored Republic. A fraudulent claim that the United States is not operating as a corporate entity or under commercial administration. Failure to distinguish de jure from de facto government. Joseph Anthony Lodato 3. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States v. Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil, operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereign immunity and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DoD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUN system, identified by Commercial and Government Entity, CAGE, codes, and subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. A sovereign government has no requirement to register as a vendor for profit. Yet the following entities are registered with D, U, N, S, numbers: United States Government, 0527141996. White House, 0374044123. Department of Justice, 0405358809. Federal Bureau of Investigation, 0392561665. Unified Judicial System, South Dakota, 627,496,318. These entries are prima facie evidence of corporate function. See #R below for full document. Monday, December 8, 2025. Smartphones worldwide were quietly infected with Israeli malware hidden in ads, giving the surveillance company Alexa full access to cameras, microphones, chat apps, emails, GPS locations, photos, files, and browsing activity. Mega King on Telegram. Monday, December 8, 2025. Just in, U.S. State Department issues emergency travel warning for U.S. citizens to avoid all travel within 50 kilometers of the Thailand-Cambodia border due to significant escalation in the conflict between the two countries. Monday, December 8, 2025. Well. They followed the money, and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization. Monday, December 8, 2025. Large M7.6 earthquake plus tsunami strikes Japan after M7.0 in Alaska, major unrest. Monday, December 8, 2025. So, who cares? DeGeneres and Porsche leaving UK after ditching US over Trump. Monday, December 8, 2025. Bombshell alert, Deep State exposed. Obama-era day official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels, December 8, 2025. Monday, December 8, 2025. The charges are clear: treason, sedition, and betrayal. Obama's day of reckoning is coming. Monday, December 8, 2025. Executive Order, One Rule to Lead the World. Trump declares war on bureaucracy to protect America's AI future. Monday, December 8, 2025. Just in, Edward Snowden drops digital nuke on Joe Rogan. They can control your device, your data, your life. Monday, December 8, 2025 Newsmax, Gitmo TV, a man from Somalia came to America, started a non-profit and opened a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency. He's getting over $5 million per year from American taxpayers, being given no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills, and is building a military in Somalia. He has been funneling money back to Somalia to build a military in Somalia. The guy is running a migrant services agency that bills Maine Care, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. He said he raised money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as the president of Jubaland. Yes, that is a real state in Somalia, and to be clear, in Somalia, he's running to be the warlord of Jubaland. Elections in Jubaland aren't exactly like elections in America, it's whoever has the most guns is able to certify the election. So he needed to buy a paramilitary organization and paramilitary support in order to win that election. Abdullahi Ali's background came to Maine-founded Gateway Community Services, a migrant services nonprofit. Gateway Community Services received millions in taxpayer-funded Maine Care payments and no-bid contracts from Democratic Governor Janet Mills' administration. Former employees allege systematic fraudulent billing, overbilling by nearly $1 million in earlier audits. Governor Janet Mills created the Office of New Americans, whose sole employee, from Sudan, is a former Gateway Community Services staffer. Monday, December 8, 2025 Dr. Oz, you've probably heard the news by now, Minnesota fraudsters stole over $1 billion from Medicaid. And you deserve an explanation. Our staff at CMS told me they've never seen anything like this in Medicaid, and everyone from Governor Tim Walz on down needs to be investigated, because they've been asleep at the wheel. Based on what we know now, this is a clear dereliction of duty. First, the facts. In recent years, Minnesota Medicaid launched several new programs, including housing stabilization services, which help disabled homeless individuals, and early intensive developmental and behavioral intervention, which reimburse therapy costs for families with autistic children. Some bad actors in Minnesota's Somali community decided to game the system. And when they got away with it, they decided to go bigger. The housing program was supposed to cost $2.6 million annually. Last year, it paid out over $100 million. The autism program ballooned from $3 million in 2018 to nearly $400 million in 2023. These scammers use stolen taxpayer money to buy flashy cars, purchase overseas real estate, and offer kickbacks to parents who enrolled their kids at fake autism treatment centers. Some of it may have even made its way to the Somalian terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Monday, December 8, 2025 Military arrests Obama's VA secretary for treason and massive financial crimes. The deep state just took a direct hit. The United States Army CID has arrested Eric Shinseki, Obama's former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, for treason, embezzlement, money laundering, and bank fraud. At 83 years old, he was pulled from his Honolulu home after investigators confirmed he siphoned nearly $300 million from the VA during Obama's years in power. His scheme began quietly in 2012 with small transfers into Cayman Islands accounts. Within months he was moving millions through fake charities and shell companies he personally created. For over a year he drained funds meant for wounded veterans while pretending to run audits on the very accounts he robbed. The truth broke open when a dying Army lieutenant colonel confessed everything to his son in November 2025. The son avoided the corrupted DOJ and went straight to CID. A month-long review of Obama-era ledgers revealed a full-scale theft. Shinseki lived modestly, which helped hide the offshore fortune that investigators believe was intended for future political operations. On Thursday morning, CID entered his Honolulu residence with a military warrant. His caretaker tried to delay them, but agents found him in bed and took him into custody. His claim of identity theft collapsed immediately. Investigators already held signed transfers, wire trails, and dissolved entities tied directly to him. This arrest is the first crack in a much larger structure. Under Trump and Secretary Hegseth, the military purge inside the VA is accelerating. The years of denied claims, slow-roll medical care, and political weaponization are now being traced back to the same network that protected Obama. Shinseki's fall signals that the chain is breaking and more arrests are expected. The reckoning has begun. Monday, December 8, 2025 The dossier they never expected you to read, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. They hid these programs because they were never meant to reach the public. Bluebird, Artichoke, MK Ultra, Mockingbird, Paperclip, Midnight Climax. 6 covert engines that shaped the modern world while citizens lived under the illusion of freedom. These were not studies. They were weapons designed to fracture memory, hijack identity, and manufacture obedience on a national scale. Every newly opened file confirms the same truth. The government was not researching control. It was mastering it. Bluebird began the descent by testing hypnosis, chemical amnesia, and identity stripping on the most vulnerable. Artichoke pushed further, exploring how to erase free will entirely. The story is not that these programs existed. The story is that their architecture never vanished. It evolved, adapted, and moved deeper underground, waiting for a moment when the public no longer questioned who built the world they are living in. Monday, December 8, 2025. Military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. The maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution, executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025, assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, UVU, challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front-row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. FBI ballistic markers on the lawn left of the stage further contradict the FBI's rooftop shooter claim, indicating a trajectory from the right side of the crowd area, consistent with a ground-level operative. These anomalies align with insights from Candace Owens' recent broadcast, which analyzes crowd footage revealing an anomalous cluster of young, fit men, all attending solo, clad in the same maroon hue, and stationed at key angles around the stage. Unlike panicked attendees who ducked or fled, many of these individuals stood firm, methodically filming the incident from preset positions. Critically, the viral videos that defined the lone gunman storyline, all amplified rapidly across platforms, originated from these maroon-shirted figures, simulating grassroots dissemination. Veterans from US, UK, French, and other special operations units have corroborated to Candace Owens that maroon serves as a global identifier for airborne and elite forces, often as a color of the day for undercover federal or quick reaction teams. In high-chaos scenarios, it enables instant ally recognition amid extraction or protection protocols. This orchestrated uniformity exemplifies CIA-owned color revolution tactics, deployed in regime change efforts like Ukraine's 2014 Maidan Uprising. Such operations fabricate spontaneity through pre-positioned assets, controlled narratives, and visual cues to mask coordination as organic unrest. Here, the maroon cadre ensured narrative dominance while the FBI has offered no explanation for their positioning, composure under fire, or the suppression of contradictory family-submitted footage. Military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. The maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution, executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025, assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, UVU, challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front-row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. Monday, December 8, 2025. The Clintons, CIA and MENA, the core allegations, condensed, Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. During Bill Clinton's governorship of Arkansas, 1979-81, 1983-92, The remote Mina Intermountain Airport allegedly became a major hub for CIA-backed Iran-Contra operations. With Congress banning direct funding of the Nicaraguan Contras, the Reagan-Bush administration allegedly used covert channels to arm the rebels and bring cocaine north to finance them. Key claims: drug pilot and CIA asset Barry Seal moved his operation to Mina in 1981, flying weapons south and returning with hundreds of kilos of cocaine monthly. Declassified documents and IRS probes confirm large-scale money laundering through Arkansas banks. Weekly cash drops reportedly exceeded $9 million. State-level investigations were repeatedly blocked, charges dropped citing national security. Clinton Associates, Dan Lassiter, Patsy Thomason, Jackson Stevens, ADFA, were linked to the network. Court securitization, CRIS and CUSIP mechanisms. Court dockets are monetized through the Court Registry Investment System, CRIS. Bonds are assigned CUSIP numbers and sold on the secondary market. This is not speculative, it is documented in annual comprehensive financial reports, ACFRs. Such mechanisms do not exist in a common law judiciary. They exist only in commercial enforcement systems. False distinction between United States and federal corporation. 28 U.S.C. 3215 defines United States as a federal corporation for purposes of debt collection. This is a narrow admission of the true nature of its financial character. Courts claiming that this is limited in scope fail to reconcile the government's commercial enforcement of civil penalties, tax collection, and performance bonds under the same structure. Bar members as foreign agents under 22 U.S.C. Section 611, agents of foreign principals must register. Bar associations derive their lineage from the Inns of Court under the British Crown. The use of Esquire is a prohibited title of nobility under Article I, Section 9, Clause 8. Every judge, prosecutor, and defense attorney holding a bar card operates under a private guild not recognized in the Constitution. Administrative procedure versus constitutional law. The federal judiciary no longer operates under Article III principles. Modern courts are Article I legislative tribunals applying administrative law. The use of summary judgment, docket bonding, and statute-only enforcement shows departure from judicial due process and entry into commercial enforcement. Bankruptcy claims, misstated. No case number is needed to affirm national insolvency. The Emergency Banking Act of March 9, 1933, amended Section 5B of the Trading with the Enemy Act and granted extraordinary powers to the executive. Proclamation 2039 and 2040 declared a banking emergency and suspended gold redemption. Congress enacted House Joint Resolution 192, June 5, 1933, abrogating the Gold Clause. These actions constitute acts in bankruptcy and equity, not through Title 11. All attempts to rebut these claims by invoking outdated dicta or mischaracterizing them as sovereign citizen arguments are intellectually dishonest. The current system does not resemble the organic constitution. It functions as a commercial trust administration governed by international and corporate standards. The existence of foreign influence, commercial registration, administrative law, and judicial monetization are beyond dispute. To deny these facts is to either operate in ignorance, willful blindness, or complicity. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States v. Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil, operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereign immunity and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DOD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUN system, identified by commercial and government entity, CAGE, codes, and subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. These registrations are not symbolic, they are instruments of contractual jurisdiction, whereby presumed commercial entities consent to binding foreign administrative rules for the purposes of procurement, indemnity, and financial operation. Through the Court Registry Investment System, CRAS, Court cases are securitized, assigned CUSIP numbers, and traded as bonded instruments. Every appearance in court initiates a presumption that the man or woman has consented to being treated as a legal person, trustees, and is subject to performance bonds, bid bonds, and payment bonds, with proceeds deposited into pooled revenue streams recorded in annual comprehensive financial reports, ACFRs. These are not hypothetical or theoretical constructs, they are present in the internal ledgers of federal, state, and municipal entities. Furthermore, the Bar Association monopoly is a foreign guild structure, with lineage tied to the Inns of Court under ecclesiastical crown authority. No member of the bar has proven lawful delegation of constitutional power to interpret or enforce the organic constitution. Under 22 U.S.C. Section 611, any person acting on behalf of a foreign principal is a foreign agent and must be registered. No bar member adjudicating matters in court presents proof of such registration or rebuttal to the presumption of foreign allegiance. The merger of law and equity in 1938, via the Supreme Court's ruling in Erie Railroad Company v. Tompkins, and the implementation of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, destroyed the separation of common law and chancery. Courts ceased operating under constitutional authority and began applying commercial codes and statutory equity, converting tribunals of law into administrative enforcement venues. This administrative switch created a presumption that all parties appearing are either decedents, wards, or incompetent sureties, as in the construct of the Cestui Que Trust, historically derived from Roman civil law and canon law under the Vatican system. When a court, judge, or attorney engages in this framework without full disclosure, they commit constructive fraud. When they conceal the existence of fiduciary bonds, commercial trading of case instruments, and the use of foreign commercial law in place of constitutional due process, they participate in misprision of treason under 18 U.S.C. Section 2382. This entire system operates on presumptions, that the man or woman voluntarily consented to be treated as a commercial entity, that the name in all caps signifies the living being, and that jurisdiction is proper. None of these presumptions have been proven, and their enforcement without disclosure constitutes fraud, ultra vires action, and violation of the organic constitution. Judicial denial, willful ignorance, and the fraud of legal excuses. A pattern emerges wherein agents of the current legal industrial complex rely upon outdated judicial opinions, disjointed statutory interpretations, and categorical dismissals of lawful inquiry under the rhetorical branding of frivolous, sovereign citizen, or baseless conspiracy. This tactic serves not only to discredit lawful investigation into structural fraud, but also to insulate a privatized administrative apparatus from legitimate challenge. The judicial citations commonly relied upon: United States v. Maurice, 1823, United States v. Perkins, 1896, Dinghy, 1831, and others, predate the commercial and financial reconstruction of the federal government following the Act of 1871, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, the Emergency Banking Relief Act of 1933, and the United Nations Charter of 1945. These transformative events implemented wholesale structural overlays and cannot be rebutted by case law that precedes their legislative enactment. Further, the disingenuous invocation of 28 U.S.C. Section 3215, while simultaneously denying its relevance, is itself a legal contradiction. The statute clearly defines United States as including a federal corporation, a statutory definition crafted within the context of commercial debt enforcement. To suggest that this classification has no bearing on the operational nature of federal agencies, many of which operate as bonded corporations for procurement under UCC titles, is to willfully ignore the construct of functional jurisprudence, where conduct outweighs label. The claim that there are no articles of incorporation is both misleading and misdirected. Sovereign governments do not require articles of incorporation under private corporate law. However, incorporated municipal entities, such as the United States as defined post-1871, do operate as legal persons under corporate charters passed through congressional acts. The government of the District of Columbia, which now serves as the federal seat, is a corporate entity per statute. The U.S. Government Printing Office, GPO, the Department of Treasury, and other departments publish registration identifiers and DUNS information clearly affirming corporate capacity to contract. The claim that no bankruptcy court or trustee exists ignores the construct of reorganization via emergency powers, wherein the President of the United States through the Treasury and Federal Reserve, assumed commercial trusteeship over all citizens and assets via the Trading with the Enemy Act, 1917, and the Emergency Banking Relief Act, 1933. No formal Chapter 11-style bankruptcy is required when reorganization occurs by proclamation, executive order, and statutory debt instruments. Ignorance of these facts, intentional or negligent, is not an excuse. To cite modern court opinions that mock, dismiss, or label such analysis as frivolous is not legal refutation, but circular logic and judicial gaslighting. Courts, as commercial venues monetizing securitized proceedings, hold a vested interest in denying the existence of the construct that sustains them. To serve this system while denying its existence is to commit fraud by silence. The bar-controlled judiciary, the bonded fiduciary officers, and foreign-aligned agencies are not immunized by habit or legacy. They are subject to the rule of law, and that law includes the maxim that fraud vitiates everything it touches. To say that a government which bonds its officers, securitizes its cases, contracts via foreign identifiers, operates under international treaties, trains its enforcers through guild-based associations, and treats its people as trust property as sovereign, is a mockery of language, law, and logic. Fundamental breach of constitutional trust and the return to principle. A lawful government derives its just powers from the consent of the governed, not from secret financial instruments, foreign registration schemes, or adhesion contracts buried within administrative codes. The transition from de jure constitutional governance to de facto commercial administration has never been lawfully ratified by the people, nor publicly disclosed. It is thus null, void, and ultra vires. The Constitution's Article I, Section 9, Clause 8 forbids any title of nobility, yet all judges, attorneys, and officers bearing the title Esquire operate under a crown-derived guild that was never authorized by the people. The 10th Amendment preserves all powers not delegated to the federal government to the states and the people, yet the administrative overlays imposed by the Uniform Commercial Code, International Monetary Fund, United Nations, and Federal Reserve System have supplanted constitutional delegation with foreign-derived contract law. Article V states that treaties are the supreme law of the land, but this clause does not authorize treaties that contradict or override the Constitution's protections. Treaties cannot create foreign fiduciary obligations or debt pledges that strip the people of unalienable rights, nor can they place public offices under control of non-republican, supranational entities. From the below information in this update it might be assumed, and I could be wrong, that a black swan event was well on its way to collapse the global financial system. As of the month of December 2025, the world's top economies were insolvent: the US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand. They have been held up by false news reporting in the fiat US dollar, but cannot sustain their debt any longer. The fiat global financial system was crumbling, though a monumental shift has been happening since the November 28, 2025 shotgun start of the global currency reset. The new revalued gold/asset-backed currency rates on the quantum financial system, QFS, locked into place on Friday, December 5, 2025 and would be announced to the public in Jan. 2026. The gold-backed QFS was set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved the world for centuries. This fully decentralized system was set to eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. At 0 o'clock Zulu sharp on Saturday morning 6th of December, the St. Germain World Trust released the Infinity Tranche Uncountable Zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9-figure starter balance. A few moments later at 00:06 Zulu on Saturday 6th of December, all sovereign rate screens showed redeemed.